Chapter 1955 Sea of Lightning. Chapter 1955 Sea of Lightning. Berserk power splattered everywhere, and almost half the city lord's residence was overturned, causing the world to tremble. The saber and spear dissipated at the same time. Perfected Immortal Jingyu did not gain any advantage in this clash. True essence! Perfected Immortal Jingyu exclaimed. How is that possible? How can you condense true essence with your Tao fruit shattered? After cultivating to the perfected one realm and condensing a Tao fruit, all the essence chi would be absorbed and refined by the Tao fruit before flowing into the body, forming an extremely condensed and pure power. That was true essence. Not only that, true essence contained the Tao and dermic arts of cultivators. Therefore, after cultivating to the perfected one realm and becoming a perfected immortal, even if it was just an ordinary attack or the most ordinary dermic art, it was enough to crush many divine powers and secret skills. Even if a heaven immortal expert released a supreme divine power, it would be difficult for him to defend against the power of true essence. Of course, it would be a different story for peerless divine powers. Under normal circumstances, true essence could not be condensed if the Tao fruit was shattered. That was also the reason why perfected Immortal Jingyu was so confident that he could suppress the Thunder Emperor. However, he had not expected that the lightning spear conjured by the Thunder Emperor would contain the power of true essence as well. Fu. The Thunder Emperor smiled with a proud expression and said slowly, My Tao fruit was indeed crippled by Tianxing. However, I didn't waste my time for the past hundreds of thousands of years. Since the Tao fruit is shattered, I'll replace it with a sea of lightning. The moment he said that, another series of deafening thunderclaps sounded from the firmaments, as though the heavens were enraged and wanted to send down a lightning punishment. The dark clouds above Absolute Thunder City spun slowly as though they were drawn in by some power, forming a gigantic black cloud vortex. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled endlessly in the vortex. At the center of the vortex, the lightning condensed, intensified, and eventually turned into a gigantic thunderbolt that descended on the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor stood in midair and looked up at the firmaments without dodging. He was bathed in lightning and was insufferably arrogant, like a god that controlled thunder. The Thunder Emperor opened his glabella and revealed his consciousness. Due to the shattered Tao fruit, the Thunder Emperor's consciousness was dilapidated and was even filled with holes. At that moment, some lightning had already accumulated in those pits. It could not be considered as a sea of lightning. At best, it could only be considered as a pit of lightning. However, as time passed by, more and more power of thunder surged into his consciousness, and the pits gradually connected, forming a lake of lightning. Everyone else was merely shocked when they saw that. However, Su Zimo, who obtained the Thunder Emperor's legacy, had a flash of realization. Establishment post-destruction, creation of the Sea of Lightning after the Tao fruit is shattered. A few incantations from the Void Thunder Manual surfaced in Su Zimo's mind. Those incantations were clearly comprehended by the Thunder Emperor over the past hundreds of thousands of years. To think that! Su Zimo murmured softly in admiration. The Thunder Emperor was extremely talented and did not give up after his Tao fruit was destroyed. Instead, he created a new Tao technique and reconstructed his shattered consciousness, transforming it into a sea of lightning to replace the Tao fruit. Now that the Thunder Emperor had broken free and absorbed the lightning, his cultivation and strength were recovering rapidly as well. As long as he had time, he could definitely return to his peak and might even be stronger than before. The dark clouds above Absolute Thunder City became thicker and thicker. The light of thunder was dazzling and ordinary cultivators could not look at it directly. The Thunder Emperor's aura rose continuously and lightning gathered around him, almost forming an ocean. The withered yellow hair on the Thunder Emperor's head fell off before growing back. His body was also recovering rapidly and his skin regained its luster. His face was rosy and the aura of twilight around him was swept away. Jingyu, didn't you say that he's at the end of his lifespan? When Prince Yuanzhua saw that, he was enraged and a hint of panic finally appeared in his eyes. Ha ha! The Thunder Emperor burst into laughter. A bunch of ignorant juniors! Back when King Tianxing plotted against me, I was already half a step into the Grotto Heaven realm. My lifespan broke free from the shackles of heaven and earth and reached 1,000,000 years, no different from an immortal king. It was only at that moment that Su Zimo knew that the so-called Immortal King was not a cultivation realm, but a title similar to Heaven Immortal or Perfected Immortal. Black Essence Realm, Earth Essence Realm, Heaven Essence Realm, Perfected One Realm. The Grotto Heaven realm was above the Perfected One realm. One could only be conferred kingship after entering the Grotto Heaven realm. Although the Thunder Emperor's Dao fruit was crippled by King Tianxing, his lifespan did not decrease because of that. Now that the Thunder Emperor had escaped, although his strength had yet to recover, the methods he displayed had already exceeded everyone's expectations. The skinny old man had already vanished. In his place in midair was a peerless expert who was handsome and possessed a torrential aura with lightning eyes. This expert was suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years and tortured. But now that he was free, the world was shocked. Most of the Black Immortals in the 10 Absolute Hell were stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. If they were embroiled in a battle with an expert of this level, they might not even survive with a body remaining. The hunting meet was not over yet. Under normal circumstances, no one was allowed to leave without permission. Otherwise, they would be killed by the hunting ranking. Furthermore, the 10 Absolute Hell was established deep underground. Although many Black Immortals could rise into the air, the height they could reach was limited to 80 to 90 feet. Therefore, most Black Immortals remained in the 10 Absolute Hell to watch. Of course, there were also a few people who chose to escape from the 10 Absolute Hell. Su Zimo was one of them. The 10 Absolute Hell was 1,000 feet beneath the ground. For others, it was difficult to reach. However, it was not difficult for Su Zimo. He did not use the rock wings. There were many people here and he would not expose his trump cards unless he had no other choice. Releasing ethereal wings, Su Zimo rose into the air and flew towards the city lord's residence. Of course, the speed of ethereal wings was far inferior compared to the rock wings. Right then, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he sensed someone staring at him not far away. He turned back expressionlessly. On the other side, a purple figure flew into the air as well with lightning flashing on its body at an astonishing speed. Tianxing! At that moment, Tianxing's aura was clearly much stronger than in the 10 Absolute Hell. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Tianxing overtook Su Zimo. As they brushed shoulders, Tianxing's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. I wasn't at my peak strength in the 10 Absolute Hell. Let's fight again if there's a chance. Also, I owe you 2 favors. I'll definitely return them. Su Zimo smiled without saying anything. He sensed a familiar aura from Tianxing. If he was not wrong, Tianxing had cultivated the Void Thunder Manual as well. However, he did not know where she learned it, or what it had to do with the Thunder Emperor. Before long, Su Zimo ascended to the city lord's residence, and left amidst the chaos. He hid in a corner of Absolute Thunder City and watched the figure in midair. Chapter 1956 11 Perfected Immortals. Chapter 1956 11 Perfected Immortals. I can't let him continue devouring lightning. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu had a grim expression. He could clearly see that the number of lakes in the Thunder Emperor's consciousness was increasing. If the Thunder Emperor were to continue devouring and connecting the lakes, there was a chance that a sea of lightning would be formed. At that time, there would probably be no one in Absolute Thunder City who could suppress this person. Phone Cantillon, you want to make use of thunder to cultivate an Absolute Thunder City? What a joke! Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's hands changed rapidly as he conjured hand seals and pointed to the gigantic stone pillar with chains in the middle of Absolute Thunder City, hollering softly, "Break!" The runes on the stone pillar lit up rapidly with a mysterious glow. Immediately after, the runes gathered rapidly and formed a gigantic beam of light that surged into the skies, entering the dark clouds above Absolute Thunder City. Boom! There was a loud bang. The dark cloud vortex in the firmaments was smashed into pieces. Even the dark cloud showed signs of dissipating. The thunderbolt between the dark clouds and the Thunder Emperor was severed instantly as well. The Thunder Emperor turned around and his eyes shone with lightning as they landed on the stone pillar in the middle of Absolute Thunder City. Good, good, good. This isn't done by Tianxing, he's not capable of this. The Thunder Emperor nodded slowly. When the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar was created, the Thunder Emperor was already suppressed in the 10 Absolute Hell. However, he could tell right away who created the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. Sima! The Thunder Emperor called out the name of King Jin and clenched his fists. Suddenly, 2 blinding thunderbolts burst forth from his eyes and struck the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar instantly. The thunderbolts collided with the Divine Pillar silently. Even perfected Immortal Jingyu had to defend against the power of thunder in the Thunder Emperor's eyes with all his might. However, there were no ripples when it landed on the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. The thunderbolts seemed to have been absorbed by the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar like a rock sinking into the ocean. The dark clouds in the skies gradually dispersed as well. It was no lie that absolutely no thunder was allowed. Humph! The Thunder Emperor harumphed coldly and attacked once more. He pointed forward and a thunderbolt burst forth from his fingertip, landing on the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. It burst forth rapidly and formed a lightning cage, trapping the latter within. Lightning crackled and flashed within the cage. However, before long, the lightning was absorbed by the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar and vanished. The Thunder Emperor's attack was futile once more. Perfected Immortal Jingyu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. Feng Cantian, give up! Perfected Immortal Jingyu sneered. King Jin established this Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar personally. Even if you recover to your peak strength, you won't be able to shake it. Jingyu, hurry and suppress him! Prince Yuanzhou felt uneasy and could not help but urge. Don't worry, Your Highness. Perfected Immortal Jingyu smiled gently. The reason why Absolute Thunder City was established for hundreds of thousands of years was to suppress this sinner of the lower worlds. All these years, it's definitely not a fluke that Absolute Thunder City has stood strong. That's because apart from me, there are other perfected immortals in Absolute Thunder City. Prince Yuanzhou was slightly stunned. Are you serious? Even he did not know about this. Perfected Immortal Jingyu said. Back in the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain, the sinner of this lower worlds was extremely famous and had many followers. In order to prevent any accidents, King Jin made such an arrangement. Right then, a commotion broke out in Absolute Thunder City as incomparably powerful auras burst forth. Boom! A figure rose from the east. Although his hair was already white, his body was shrouded by true essence, and his aura was powerful. Boom! Another figure descended in the northwest direction with a horsetail whip in his hands. Although he was older, he was hale and hearty and had a burning gaze. Boom! 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 Figures broke out of seclusion one after another and descended in Absolute Thunder City. Most of those figures were arranged by King Jin hundreds of thousands of years ago to guard this place. By now, they were already in their later years. Even so, the auras of those old men were comparable to perfected Immortal Jingyu. Su Zimo took a glance. There were a total of 10 perfected immortal experts that corresponded to the 10 Absolute Formation. Including perfected Immortal Jingyu, there were 11 perfected immortals. If it was hundreds of thousands of years ago, even if there were 10 times more, the Thunder Emperor would not take notice of them, let alone 11 perfected immortals. However, the Thunder Emperor had just escaped and his strength was far from returning to its peak. The Thunder Emperor did not gain any advantage against perfected Immortal Jingyu earlier on. Furthermore, this was Absolute Thunder City, and with a divine object like the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar, the strength of the Thunder Emperor was obviously under immense suppression. Moreover, Su Zimo knew one thing better than anyone else. The wound on the Thunder Emperor's chest had not healed completely. The wound left behind by the Grotto Heaven Spirit Treasure, the Execution Saber, that was nailed to the stone pillar for hundreds of thousands of years could not be healed so easily. Feng Cantian, do you still recognize me? On the east, an old perfected immortal walked slowly in the direction of the Thunder Emperor and hollered. It was you? The Thunder Emperor raised his brows slightly and smiled. Back at the 9 Firmament Immortal meet, you could not even defend against a single gaze of mine. Now you still have the guts to stand in front of me? That was back then. When the perfected Immortal old man heard that, his face turned slightly red as he grit his teeth and said hatefully, Back then, you were so domineering and unparalleled. It was because of that battle back then that my Tao heart was damaged and my cultivation hasn't advanced at all. Oh, so it's my fault? The Thunder Emperor sneered. Given your magnanimity, even without that defeat, this would be the limits of your accomplishment. Bullshit! The perfected Immortal old man was enraged and cursed. Back then, although they were both perfected Immortal experts, he was defeated by a single gaze from the Thunder Emperor in the 9 Firmament Immortal domain and became a joke. Later on, when he heard that the Thunder Emperor was in trouble, he took the initiative to guard the latter to vent the hatred in his heart. However, his Tao heart injuries had not healed all these years. Now that the Thunder Emperor was bringing up the past, new injuries were added to his Tao heart even before his old injuries were healed. Brother Tianku, why argue with him? Another perfected Immortal old man sneered. He's been imprisoned and suppressed beneath absolute Thunder City for hundreds of thousands of years in a dark place. His situation isn't much better. Humph, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. The perfected Immortal old man in the north mocked. The supreme perfected Immortal of the past has already fallen from grace. All your glory has become the past. Feng Cantian, you didn't know what's good for you back then and even wanted to establish an immortal kingdom for all living beings of the lower worlds. You brought this upon yourself. Feng Cantian, you come from the lower worlds and were already extremely fortunate to be recognized by the divine Firmament Immortal Emperor. However, you didn't know your place and even wanted to wield thunder and exact punishment on behalf of the heavens. How dare you? The heavens want to destroy you and no one can save you. Many perfected immortals advanced and surrounded the Thunder Emperor, berating him one after another. When Su Zimo heard the so-called heinous crimes mentioned by the perfected immortals, his blood surged. What sort of boldness was it to want to wield thunder and exact punishment on behalf of the heavens? The Thunder Emperor was the only one in the world. Chapter 1957 Battling Perfected Immortals. Chapter 1957 Battling Perfected Immortals. Attack! Perfected Immortal Jingyu hollered and an ancient bronze mirror flew out from his wide sleeves. It emitted a hazy and mysterious light that hovered in the air and shone towards the Thunder Emperor. There were 8 faint patterns on the ancient bronze mirror that were different from the essence-chi patterns on black and earth-grade dermic treasures. Those patterns seemed to have been struck by lightning, and there were a total of 7 burn marks. 7 Tribulation Spirit Treasure? The Thunder Emperor swept his gaze and sneered. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Back in the abyss of the Dragon Abyss Star, many spirit treasures appeared, and among them, there were spirit treasures with different tribulations. The God Fiend Soul Summoning Banner that was devoured by the Hell Suppression Tripod was a Grade 9 spirit treasure, and was also known as a Pure Yang spirit treasure. Kill! The remaining 10 perfected immortal experts attacked one after another, and summoned their sentient dermic treasures. Those sentient dermic treasures were different. Some of them were horsetails, some of them were flying swords. Some of them summoned pagodas while others held gigantic bells. Su Zimo focused his gaze and could see the charred marks on the sentient dermic treasures that resembled the ancient bronze mirror. However, there were fewer burn marks on those sentient dermic treasures. There were 4, 5, and 6 of them. According to that logic, there was a high chance that those sentient dermic treasures were 4 and 5 tribulation spirit treasures. Many dermic treasures arrived together with a chilling killing intent, wanting to destroy the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor's gaze was like lightning as he moved, wanting to dodge. However, the mysterious light of the ancient bronze mirror enveloped him, causing the Thunder Emperor's movements to suddenly turn extremely slow, as though he had fallen into a swamp. When he saw that, there was no joy on perfected immortal Jingyu's face. Instead, there was deep fear. Under normal circumstances, the light of his ancient bronze mirror was enough to freeze most perfected immortals on the spot. As for the Thunder Emperor, he was suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years and was injured. And now, he could barely be suppressed by the 7 Tribulations spirit treasure even before his Sea of Lightning was formed. If the Thunder Emperor had truly recovered to his peak, it would be unimaginable. All right. The other perfected immortal experts were invigorated when they saw that. Initially, it was difficult for everyone to hit the Thunder Emperor with their dermic treasures. But now, the Thunder Emperor's movements were restricted and his movement technique was slow. Even if he could avoid one spirit treasure, he could not avoid the other 9. The horsetail whips, flying swords, pagodas, and many other spirit treasures descended. The Thunder Emperor tried his best to dodge. However, he was too restricted by the ancient bronze mirror and was still struck by 3 spirit treasures. Piak! The horsetail whip struck the Thunder Emperor heavily on the back and blood flashed. That single attack split the Thunder Emperor's skin and flesh open in an extremely tragic manner. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. However, the old man with the horsetail whip did not get excited when he struck the Thunder Emperor. Instead, he frowned. Although his horsetail whip looked soft, it could definitely snap the other party's tendons and bones if it struck his body. But now, although the Thunder Emperor was injured, it was only a superficial injury and his foundation was not injured. Poof! Another blood beam burst forth. A cold beam streaked across the Thunder Emperor's thigh, leaving an extremely deep wound that was dripping with blood. The cold beam circled and returned to another perfected immortal old man. It was a flying sword. The perfected immortal old man had a grim expression as well. Although his flying sword scratched the Thunder Emperor's flesh, it seemed to have struck metal when it struck the bones. Instead, his flying sword was repelled. The pagoda descended and smashed onto the head of the Thunder Emperor. Bang! The Thunder Emperor staggered and was almost knocked down by the pagoda. However, he shook his head and stood up quickly, straightening his body. Although his head was bleeding from the beating, his aura was getting stronger, and his eyes were filled with the wrath of thunder. Pissed! The cultivators of Absolute Thunder City were shocked. Even perfected immortal Jingyu and the other 10 perfected immortal experts were secretly alarmed. That was way too terrifying. How strong was he to take spirit treasures head-on with his body? What was even more frightening was that the Thunder Emperor's strength had yet to recover completely, and the lightning above Absolute Thunder City was isolated by the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. If the Thunder Emperor could regain control of thunder, they might not be his match. Perfected Immortal Jingyu had a calm expression. Everyone, attack with your full strength. This person won't be able to cause much trouble in Absolute Thunder City. If he can't absorb the power of thunder, we can exhaust him to death even if we have to. If you can defend against my pagoda, I'll smash you 100 times until I suppress you. The 10 perfected immortal experts attacked once more. Some perfected immortal experts began to condense their true essence, while others even released many divine powers and secret skills with all their might. As for the Thunder Emperor, he was completely disadvantaged against the 7 Tribulations spirit treasure and the ancient bronze mirror. Bang! 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 One after another, spirit treasures smashed onto the Thunder Emperor. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Emperor was covered in injuries. If this continued, the Thunder Emperor would definitely lose. Su Zimo had a worried expression. Even if he wanted to help, there was nothing he could do in a battle of this level. He could condense time as like a saber. However, time is like a saber was a greater divine power after all and could not threaten perfected immortals. Before the time saber could even land on the perfected immortals, it would be dispersed by the surrounding true essence. There was only a single key to resolving the situation, the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. As long as the Thunder Emperor could reconnect with the power of thunder in the world and regain control of it, he would definitely be able to turn defeat into victory and escape. Young friend, let me borrow your tripod. Just as Su Zimo was pondering, the Thunder Emperor's voice sounded in his mind. The Hell Suppression Tripod was one of his most important treasures. However, at that moment, he did not hesitate at all. He appeared from a corner and threw the bronze square tripod towards the battlefield in midair. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the perfected immortal experts in midair, and no one noticed the black immortal in the corner. The battle in midair continued. Suddenly, a green shadow flew out from the side. Perfected immortal Jingyu swept his gaze and could clearly see that it was a damaged bronze tripod that flew out from nowhere. He did not take it to heart, and was still focused on channeling the ancient bronze mirror to suppress the Thunder Emperor. Indeed, a bronze tripod as such was not worthy of the attention of the many perfected immortals present. However, a resplendent light burst forth from the Thunder Emperor's eyes. He channeled his blood chi and struggled to break free from the restraints of the ancient bronze mirror. He took the hell suppression tripod and smashed it without even looking. The pagoda behind him descended and crushed down viciously. Boom! The hell suppression tripod collided with the pagoda with a loud bang. Crack! 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 Immediately after, a jarring sound of a turtle cracking could be heard from midair. Ah! A perfected immortal old man suddenly exclaimed and looked at his pagoda in disbelief. Cracks appeared on the pagoda in a shocking manner and spread rapidly, covering the entire pagoda. How is that possible? The other perfected immortal experts were shocked as well. Chapter 1958 Startling Evil Spear. Chapter 1958 Startling Evil Spear. The pagoda of this perfected immortal expert was a 5 tribulation spirit treasure. Although its grade was not high, it could not be shattered casually. Even perfected immortal Jingyu's ancient bronze mirror could not shatter his spirit treasure. But now, the battered and unassuming bronze tripod had shattered his pagoda. What was even more frightening was that many perfected immortals could clearly see that there was no light shining from the bronze tripod, nor was there any augmentation of true essence. The reason why the Thunder Emperor could shatter the pagoda was entirely because of his own strength and the toughness of the bronze tripod. It was understandable why the Thunder Emperor was so strong. However, what was the background of this bronze tripod? Just as the perfected immortals were shocked, the Thunder Emperor seized the opportunity and strode towards the center of the city. Where are you headed to? An old man opposite him raised his gigantic axe and channeled his blood chi. With a leap, he slashed down towards the Thunder Emperor with a torrential aura. The old man specialized in body tempering to begin with. Even though he was already in his later years, his blood chi was still extremely strong. He raised his gigantic axe and released a surging power. Get lost! The Thunder Emperor did not dodge or avoid and hollered. Without any unnecessary movements, he raised the tripod and smashed it. Clang! The gigantic axe and hell suppression tripod collided and the entire absolute Thunder City trembled, rendering the world silent. The next moment, the old man cried out in pain. His palm was torn and fresh blood dripped. The gigantic axe in his hands was sent flying by the hell suppression tripod and smashed into the crowd. A few Earth Immortals could not dodge in time and were split into 2, dying on the spot. The Thunder Emperor carried the hell suppression tripod and seized the opportunity to charge out of the encirclement. Hurry, stop him! Perfected Immortal Jinyu urged hurriedly and moved with the other 10 perfected Immortals, forming another encirclement towards the Thunder Emperor. However, they had not walked far when they realized that the Thunder Emperor had not escaped at all. The Thunder Emperor came to a stop in the middle of absolute Thunder City. Humph! A perfected immortal expert sneered. Phone Cantian, you won't be able to obtain the nourishment of thunder in absolute Thunder City. Let's see how much longer you can last. Perfected immortal Jingyu and the others knew what happened in the exchange earlier on. Although the Thunder Emperor managed to break out of their encirclement with the help of the bronze tripod and even shattered a pagoda, his strength was not enough to threaten everyone. F-f-f. Suddenly, the Thunder Emperor laughed. Ha ha! Towards the end of his laughter, the Thunder Emperor's voice became louder and louder, reverberating through the ancient city like divine thunder. Perfected immortal Jingyu and the others even felt their ears hurt. The Thunder Emperor's gaze swept past perfected immortal Jingyu and the others before landing on the absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. Sima, you probably never expected that I would be able to escape one day. That's why you were fearless enough to seal the startling evil spear with secret runes to create this absolute thunder divine pillar. Startling evil spear! Prince Yuanzhou could not help but ask. What's startling evil spear? Perfected Immortal Jingyu and the others had grim expressions. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the Thunder Emperor and King Jin were fighting, Prince Yuanzhou was not born yet. Naturally, he did not know that the startling evil spear was the weapon that made the Thunder Emperor famous in the past. The startling evil spear could absorb the thunder of heaven and earth, and was the most effective against evil. The moment the startling evil spear appeared, all evil beings in the world would be purged. Indeed, King Jin's absolute thunder divine pillar was created using an extraterritorial divine stone. However, the Thunder Emperor's weapon, the startling evil spear, was sealed within. The startling evil spear was a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure, and the weapon spirit within was ferocious and unyielding. Initially, King Jin wanted to destroy it. However, he changed his mind and decided to seal it within the stone pillar. He wanted to make it impossible for the Thunder Emperor and the startling evil spear to make a comeback. That seal lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. Apart from severing the power of thunder outside the ancient city, there was another meaning to absolute thunder. It meant severing the power of thunder in the startling evil spear. Any power of thunder would be absorbed by the runes on the absolute thunder divine pillar. That was the reason why the Thunder Emperor could not destroy the absolute thunder divine pillar earlier on. However, the moment the Thunder Emperor made contact with the absolute thunder divine pillar, he felt a familiar aura. He knew that his old friend who had fought alongside him for many years was in this absolute thunder divine pillar. While the power of thunder could not shake the absolute thunder divine pillar, the Hell Suppression Tripod could. Initially, the Thunder Emperor thought that the bronze tripod was not a rare item as well. However, in the 10 Absolute formation, when he saw the weapon spirit of the bronze tripod fighting against the execution saber, he gradually recalled the origin of the tripod. This was a great emperor weapon from an ancient era. With that great emperor weapon in hand, even if it was incomplete, it was enough to shatter the absolute thunder divine pillar. The Thunder Emperor reached out and caressed the absolute thunder divine pillar gently, murmuring, "Old friend, you've been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. It's time for you to be reborn. Hurry, stop him from attacking!" Perfected Immortal Jingyu realized something and his expression changed as he shouted. The other perfected Immortal experts attacked hurriedly. Many spirit treasures, divine powers and secret skills rained down on the Thunder Emperor, as though they wanted to drown him. The Thunder Emperor ignored it, and raised his arm, swinging the Hell Suppression Tripod. He channeled all his strength and smashed it towards the absolute thunder divine pillar. Boom! The Hell Suppression Tripod smashed onto the absolute thunder divine pillar, while many spirit treasures, divine powers and secret skills smashed onto the Thunder Emperor. 2 loud bangs sounded at almost the same time. A gigantic pit appeared beside the absolute thunder divine pillar. The Thunder Emperor sprawled inside quietly and motionlessly, his fate unknown. Is he dead? Perfected Immortal Jingyu and the others exchanged glances, feeling uneasy. Under normal circumstances, the combined power of 11 perfected immortals was enough to kill any perfected immortal. However, that was the Thunder Emperor. He was once the supreme perfected immortal. Even after being suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years, he was still a peerless expert with boundless pride after escaping. Would that person die just like that? Nobody knew. Just as everyone was pondering, a strange sound came from the center of the ancient city, as though something had cracked. The gazes of perfected Immortal Jingyu and the others shifted slowly and landed on the absolute thunder divine pillar. Everyone's pupils constricted gradually. Their eyesight was shocking and they could naturally see that thin cracks had already appeared on the absolute thunder divine pillar. The cracks were gradually expanding and spreading. It's shattered, a perfected immortal expert murmured softly, as though he had lost his soul. The absolute thunder divine pillar was shattered. The shattering of the absolute thunder divine pillar meant that no one and no power could stop the power of thunder from descending upon the ancient city. Many perfected immortals had ugly expressions. The initially dispersed dark clouds above absolute thunder city gathered once more and rumbled. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, emitting a terrifying might that caused one's heart to tremble, as though a calamity could descend at any moment. "Your Highness, run!" Perfected Immortal Jingyu sent a voice transmission hurriedly. Without waiting for Perfected Immortal Jingyu's reminder, Prince Yuanzhua had already realized that something was amiss and retreated silently. In the chaos, Tang Zi noticed this and followed expressionlessly. Chapter 1959 9 Firmament Instant Thunder. Chapter 1959 9 Firmament Instant Thunder. Suddenly, the figure in the pit moved gently. That slight movement caused the hearts of Perfected Immortal Jingyu and the others to skip a beat. The Thunder Emperor was not dead. Crack! 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 The cracks on the absolute thunder divine pillar intensified. A blinding light gradually seeped out from the cracks with a terrifying aura. Even if they did not know what was sealed in the absolute thunder divine pillar, one could guess that something terrifying was about to be born when they saw that. Not good! Perfected Immortal Jingyu's heart sank. The supreme ferocious weapon of the past was about to be born. Boom! Right then, the absolute thunder divine pillar exploded and incomparably blinding lightning burst forth, as though it wanted to tear the void into pieces. A spear surrounded by blue lightning rose slowly into the air. The spear quivered and buzzed excitedly with a torrential battle intent. The entire absolute thunder city trembled under the envelopment of the spear. Boom! 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 Wind and clouds gathered and lightning flashed in the firmaments. A gigantic dark cloud vortex appeared once more and even extended 500 kilometers, covering the entire skies. The birth of the startling evil spear triggered the divine thunder in the firmaments. Countless thunderbolts rained down and almost formed a sea of lightning in the middle of absolute Thunder City. The Thunder Emperor's figure floated up slowly from the pit, and his body was bathed in lightning. The injuries on his body were healing at a visible speed. Old friend! The Thunder Emperor stood in the sea of lightning, and the startling evil spear transformed into a streak of lightning, returning to his palm. The startling evil spear trembled endlessly, and the light of thunder intensified as well. The Thunder Emperor reared his head and devoured the descending thunderbolts in huge mouthfuls. In his consciousness, the embryonic form of the Sea of Lightning was gradually formed. There was no one or anything in absolute Thunder City that could stop him from wielding thunder. The Thunder Emperor's aura rose continuously as though there was no end to it. Attack! Perfected Immortal Jinyu roared. The longer the Thunder Emperor absorbed and refined the thunderbolts, the stronger he would become. Even Perfected Immortal Jinyu did not dare to imagine what level the Thunder Emperor would reach if this continued. 11 Perfected Immortals attacked at the same time. Spirit treasures, divine powers and secret skills descended once more and surged over. 9 Firmament Instant Thunder! The Thunder Emperor's gaze intensified as he gripped his weapon and channeled a dermic art. Lightning surged in his palm and burst forth. Boom! An incomparably blinding light burst forth from the startling evil spear and was even more dazzling than the blazing sun. It spread and enveloped the entire Absolute Thunder City. At that moment, all the cultivators in Absolute Thunder City lost their sight. Even Perfected Immortal Jinyu and the other 10 Perfected Immortal experts exclaimed. Their vision turned white and they could not see anything as tears streamed down their faces. Su Zimo closed his eyes hurriedly. The 9 Firmament Instant Thunder was a secret skill of the Void Thunder Manual, and was extremely powerful. Once released, if one could not dodge in time, they might not be able to defend even if they released their visual techniques. Cultivators with insufficient cultivation would go blind. Young friend, thank you for your tripod. Right then, the voice of the Thunder Emperor sounded in his mind. Immediately after, something appeared in Su Zimo's consciousness, the Hell Suppression Tripod. With a thought, Su Zimo understood the Thunder Emperor's intentions. The Thunder Emperor did not merely use the 9 Firmament Instant Thunder as an attack. More than that, he wanted to make use of this secret skill to blind the cultivators of Absolute Thunder City momentarily, and seize the opportunity to return the Hell Suppression tripod to him. This tripod has a powerful background. Now that it's exposed, you have to use it carefully in the future lest you attract strong foes. The Thunder Emperor paused for a moment, and reminded again, seemingly worried. In that short period of time, perfected Immortal Jing Yu and the other 10 perfected Immortal experts regained their vision. Ha ha! Although perfected Immortal Jing Yu's eyes were filled with tears, he burst into laughter. Feng Cantian, you've been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. In the end, your strength hasn't recovered to its peak. Back at the 9 Firmament Immortal meet, you were still at your peak. When this 9 Firmament Instant Thunder was released, it blinded a perfected Immortal. Now, that's all there is to it. The Thunder Emperor sneered and looked down at the 11 perfected Immortal experts present with the startling evil spear in his hands, saying proudly, "So what if I haven't recovered to my peak? You think that you can suppress me with just a bunch of useless old and sick people? How arrogant! Brazen!" A few perfected Immortals were enraged and hollered at the Thunder Emperor. Even though they were already in their later years, they were still perfected Immortals and would be respected no matter where they went. But now, they had become the useless old and sick people that the Thunder Emperor was referring to. Feng Cantian! Perfected Immortal Jing Yu had a calm expression and said in a deep voice, "You won't get to be arrogant for long. The execution saber has long flown away. King Tianxing will definitely come if he senses it." Another perfected Immortal said, "King Jin will sense the shattering of the Absolute Thunder Divine Pillar as well. At that time, you'll be in an impenetrable trap. So what if you recover to your peak? The Divine Firmament of today is no longer the Divine Firmament of the past. Who do you think you are, Feng Cantian? You won't be able to escape from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, let alone the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain." Many perfected Immortals surrounded the Thunder Emperor once more. Right now, perfected Immortal Jing Yu and the other 10 perfected Immortal experts no longer intended to suppress the Thunder Emperor. Everyone was only prepared to hold the Thunder Emperor back. Once King Tianxing arrived, the Thunder Emperor would naturally not be able to escape. Su Zimo frowned slightly. It was clear that perfected Immortal Jing Yu and the others wanted to anger the Thunder Emperor so that he would stay here and fight them while they awaited reinforcements. In midair, the Thunder Emperor raised his head slightly and lightning surged in his eyes. He looked down at the surroundings and burst into laughter. Good, good, good! Even a bunch of nobodies are trying to threaten me. You guys are just trying to anger me and delay me in Absolute Thunder City. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu and the others were expressionless even after being exposed by the Thunder Emperor, and merely sneered. Initially, I had no intention of paying attention to you guys and wanted to leave right away. The Thunder Emperor looked at the startling evil spear in his hands and suddenly gripped it tightly, nodding. Alright, since that's the case, we'll do as you wish. It's not too late to leave after killing all of you. That was the boldness of the Thunder Emperor. Although it was logical to leave right away, it was not as satisfying as killing everyone before him. The Thunder Emperor's startling evil spear paused heavily in midair, and the entire Absolute Thunder City shook violently. The city walls were filled with cracks and showed signs of collapse. Many ancient structures began to crumble, and dust billowed. Absolute Thunder City fell into chaos and wails could be heard everywhere. Many cultivators fled in all directions, wanting to escape from Absolute Thunder City and the battlefield. Mixed in the crowd, Su Zimo retreated while looking back at the battlefield in midair. The Thunder Emperor had already begun fighting against the 11 perfected Immortal experts. Even surrounded by 11 perfected Immortals, the Thunder Emperor's figure was still the most dazzling. The Thunder Emperor was bathed in lightning and wielded the startling evil spear. Everywhere the spear pointed, lightning surged and everyone had to avoid its sharpness. Chapter 1960 Massacre. Chapter 1960 Massacre. Buzz. 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 In the hands of the Thunder Emperor, the startling evil spear trembled continuously and shone with a terrifying aura. Su Zimo focused his gaze. There were a total of 9 scorch marks on the startling evil spear. 9 tribulations pure yang. Shatter! The Thunder Emperor wielded the startling evil spear and hollered, thrusting his spear towards an incoming ancient bell. Although there were no unnecessary movements, there was a hint of fusion with nature. Dong! The startling evil spear struck the ancient bell and a distant sound echoed. The next moment, the ancient bell shattered. After a slight pause, the startling evil spear pierced through the ancient bell and turned into a streak of lightning, entering the chest of the perfected immortal behind the ancient bell. Boom! The perfected immortal old man's eyes were widened and he could not react in time. A gigantic hole of blood appeared on his chest from the startling evil spear and the wound was charred black. The berserk power of thunder surged into the perfected immortal old man's body and destroyed his life force in a short period of time. Even the essence spirit of the perfected immortal expert could not escape. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness was occupied by lightning and his essence spirit was destroyed, buried within. A single spear thrust killed a perfected immortal. That was the Thunder Emperor. That was the pure yang spirit treasure, the startling evil spear. Everyone shuddered. However, at that moment, everyone had no way out and could only grit their teeth and attack with all their might, not daring to hold back at all. Perfected immortal Jinyu bit his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the ancient bronze mirror, shouting, "Blood transformation mirror light!" Swoosh! A blood-colored light burst forth from the ancient bronze mirror and enveloped the Thunder Emperor with a hint of evil. The blood light consumed the essence blood of perfected immortal Jingyu and was extremely powerful. Even perfected immortals of the same cultivation realm would not be able to withstand it for long before turning into blood. Humph, you overestimate yourself! The Thunder Emperor sneered and pointed his startling evil spear at the ancient bronze mirror through the void. A thunderbolt surged out and followed the descending blood light, colliding against the ancient bronze mirror instantly. Crack! Cracks appeared on the ancient bronze mirror, and it was knocked over by the thunderbolt. Perfected immortal Jingyu's expression dimmed and he spat out a mouthful of blood from the blow as well. The startling evil spear contained the most ferocious power of thunder, and was the most effective against evil's secret skills. The blood light released by the ancient bronze mirror was countered by the startling evil spear. At the same time, the remaining 9 perfected immortal experts swarmed forward. 3 heads 6 arms! The Thunder Emperor hollered and released a supreme divine power. Another 2 heads and 4 arms grew as he fought against the 10 perfected immortals. Clang! 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 Boom! 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 In midair, divine powers and secret skills collided continuously. Sparks flew in the fight between the spirit treasures. At that moment, the might of the pure yang spirit treasure was revealed. Almost none of the spirit treasures summoned by perfected immortal Jingyu and the others could defend against the power of the startling evil spear, and more than half of them were crippled on the spot. Initially, perfected immortal Jingyu and the others could match the Thunder Emperor even when they joined forces. However, as time passed by, the Thunder Emperor bathed in lightning and devoured heaven and earth essence chi as he fought. Not only did the power in his body not weaken, it became stronger instead. Bang! A perfected immortal old man could not dodge in time and was struck by the Thunder Emperor's punch. His entire body exploded on the spot and turned into ashes in the lightning. The Thunder Emperor wielded the startling evil spear with both hands and fought against many spirit treasures. His 4 empty palms conjured different dermic seals. Although it seemed simple, every single dermic seal contained some sort of supreme Tao and deduced the power of thunder to its limits. Su Zimo's eyes widened as he watched the Thunder Emperor's every move. Outsiders watching this battle might only be amazed at the power of the Thunder Emperor. As for Su Zimo, he obtained the true inheritance of the Thunder Emperor, and his comprehension of the Void Thunder Manual deepened as he watched the battle. Many of the questions that he had at that time were cleared up at that moment. A realization flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Although the Thunder Emperor was fighting against the perfected immortal experts, he was also demonstrating the inheritance of the Thunder technique to Su Zimo intentionally. Perfected immortal Jing Yu and the others had expended a lot of energy after the battle. Apart from him, the others were already in their later years to begin with. Now that they had experienced such a huge battle, they felt exhausted. However, the power of the Thunder Emperor was getting stronger and stronger. Die! The lightning in the Thunder Emperor's eyes had already reached their limits, and suddenly burst forth, landing on a perfected immortal old man. Boom! The perfected immortal old man hurriedly blocked with his sword. However, his sword could not defend against the thunderbolt at all. The perfected immortal expert was torn apart by the Thunder Emperor's visual technique and died. Ha ha! The Thunder Emperor reared his head in laughter. You guys must have death wishes! You're only at the level of condensing true essence, and can't even defend against a single gaze of mine. Poof! At the same time, the momentum of the Thunder Emperor's spear suddenly changed. From firm and ferocious, it became soft as water and broke through the defense of a perfected immortal, sending him flying. That change was truly shocking, and this person could not defend against it at all. The power of thunder surged into his consciousness instantly after he was struck by the startling evil spear and destroyed his essence spirit. At the same time, the Thunder Emperor conjured hand seals with both hands, and a gigantic lightning cage descended, enveloping another perfected immortal expert. The Thunder Emperor's hands suddenly closed. The lightning cage closed rapidly as well, and the perfected immortal expert inside had nowhere to run. The moment his essence spirit flew out, it was electrocuted to death. Including perfected immortal Jingyu, there were originally 11 perfected immortal experts. But now, in less than 10 breaths, there were only 6 left on the battlefield. The Thunder Emperor with 3 heads and 6 arms had a torrential aura and had the complete advantage with his startling evil spear. Thunder Palm! The Thunder Emperor hollered and extended his palm, slapping 2 perfected immortal experts through the void. Raging lightnings surged along the Thunder Emperor's palm and gathered in midair, forming a gigantic thunder palm. The gigantic thunder palm covered the skies and descended. The 2 perfected immortals could not dodge at all and could only summon their spirit treasures and release all their divine powers and secret skills to defend. However, none of those spirit treasures, divine powers or secret skills could stop the descent of the thunder palm. Bang! The thunder palm descended and the world shook. Initially, Absolute Thunder City was already on the verge of collapse. At that moment, it crumbled completely. There were only 3 perfected immortals left. All 3 of them felt deep regret. Why did they have to anger that person? This was Feng Cantian, the supreme perfected immortal who fought against King Jin back then and swept through the 9 firmament. So what if he was released? Now that the divine firmament immortal domain had changed, even if he could escape, it would be difficult for him to survive in divine firmament mainland. At that thought, the 2 perfected immortal old men split into 2 directions and turned to flee. Humph! The Thunder Emperor sneered and chased after one of them in a flash. At the same time, he threw the startling evil spear in reverse and it flashed like lightning, piercing the other perfected immortal old man instantly. The Thunder Emperor killed another person. Chapter 1961 Departure. Chapter 1961 Departure. The perfected immortal who escaped did not manage to run far when he felt the crackling of thunder behind him. It arrived instantly at a shocking speed. No matter how fast the old man was, he could not match the speed of the Thunder Emperor. Feng Cantian! When the perfected immortal old man saw that he could not escape, he stopped in his tracks and shouted with a tragic expression. You've gone too far! I went too far! The Thunder Emperor sneered. Compared to your methods, it's already benevolent of me to kill you! King Tianxing imprisoned the Thunder Emperor in a dungeon beneath Absolute Thunder City for hundreds of thousands of years. Furthermore, he locked the ladder with chains and nailed the ladder to a stone pillar with his saber. The amount of physical, mental, and psychological torture was unimaginable. Death was nothing compared to that. Feng Cantian, I'll fight you to the death. The perfected immortal old man's eyes widened and a resplendent glow burst forth from his glabella as a shuddering aura spread. You want to self-destruct your Tao fruit? The Thunder Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. The power of a Tao fruit's self-destruction was unparalleled. However, if the Tao fruit self-destructed, one might not even have the chance to reincarnate. Therefore, generally speaking, perfected immortal experts who had cultivated to a certain realm would not choose this path. But now, the perfected immortal old man had already fallen into madness and was completely disregarding everything in order to fight the Thunder Emperor. You won't even have the chance to self-destruct in front of me. The Thunder Emperor harumphed coldly and suddenly opened his mouth, releasing a deafening thunderclap. Poof! The sound of thunder pierced the perfected immortal old man's eardrums. 2 streams of blood spewed from his ears. The sound of thunder was like a gigantic spear that pierced through his ears and head. The perfected immortal old man felt his mind go blank and his body shuddered. His Tao fruit was already shattered. However, it was severely injured by the Thunder Emperor's sound domain secret skill, and he froze on the spot with a dazed gaze. The Thunder Emperor advanced and stabbed him to death casually. The battle did not last long, and of the 11 perfected immortal experts, only perfected immortal Jingyu was left. The cultivators that escaped from the city turned back. The Thunder Emperor stood on the ruins of Absolute Thunder City with the corpses of 10 perfected immortals beneath his feet. Wielding the startling evil spear, he stood proudly with a peerless bearing. This city had suppressed and imprisoned the Thunder Emperor for hundreds of thousands of years. But now that the Thunder Emperor had escaped, he overturned Absolute Thunder City and trampled it beneath his feet. Perfected immortal Jingyu stood on the ruins as well and did not choose to escape. He knew that given the Thunder Emperor's capabilities, there was no way he could escape even if he wanted to. Suddenly, the Thunder Emperor clutched his chest and coughed heavily. His body convulsed violently and his face was pale, as though something had happened to his body. Perfected immortal Jingyu's gaze shifted. The clothes on the Thunder Emperor's chest were stained red and it was extremely striking. Perfected immortal Jingyu clearly remembered that they did not manage to hit the Thunder Emperor's chest when they surrounded him earlier on. Furthermore, even if they had injured the Thunder Emperor previously, the latter had already recovered after obtaining the startling evil spear to connect with the power of thunder in the world. That smear of blood. Perfected immortal Jingyu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly understood the reason. The execution saber. The wound on the Thunder Emperor's chest should have been left behind by the execution saber. The execution saber was King Tianxing's Grotto Heaven's spirit treasure, and the Thunder Emperor was pinned to the stone pillar for hundreds of thousands of years. Even with the Thunder Emperor's capabilities, it was difficult to heal from those injuries. The Thunder Emperor broke free and suppressed the wound the entire time. However, the battle earlier on triggered the wound and caused it to relapse, causing blood to seep out. In that short period of time, the Thunder Emperor's robes were already stained with blood. It was clear how serious his injuries were. When Su Zimo saw that, he was worried for the Thunder Emperor as well. Perfected immortal Jingyu was not far away. His gaze flickered and his expression changed, as though he wanted to attack but was wary of something. After a long silence, perfected immortal Jingyu moved. He did not attack the Thunder Emperor. Instead, he retreated and distanced himself from the latter. He did not know if the Thunder Emperor's current appearance was a disguise. More than that, he did not know how much the wound on the Thunder Emperor's chest affected him. He did not dare to take the risk. Even though the Thunder Emperor before him seemed extremely weak, he did not dare to advance and seize the opportunity to escape. F-f-f. When he saw that, the Thunder Emperor laughed with a mocking expression. How can a cowardly rat be a county governor? Perfected immortal Jingyu remained silent and watched the Thunder Emperor's every move warily. Forget it, I'll spare your life today, the Thunder Emperor said indifferently. Go back and tell Tianxing that I, Feng Cantian, have returned. Get them to prepare their necks for my personal visit. With that said, lightning flashed on the Thunder Emperor's body as he carried his startling evil spear and sped into the distance. Perfected Immortal Jingyu had a conflicted expression as he clenched and unclenched his fists a few times. In the end, he did not chase in pursuit. Su Zimo noticed that and shook his head. Perfected Immortal Jingyu had lost the final chance to retain the Thunder Emperor. Given the Thunder Emperor's character, he was extremely heroic and would not bother to fake serious injuries just to lure Perfected Immortal Jingyu out. Finally, the Thunder Emperor left directly. This also meant that the injuries on the Thunder Emperor's chest were extremely serious, and it was even difficult for him to kill Perfected Immortal Jingyu. That was also the reason why the Thunder Emperor chose to leave. However, Perfected Immortal Jingyu was shocked by the Thunder Emperor's aura and methods. He did not dare to attack even as he saw the Thunder Emperor's figure gradually disappear. At that moment, Su Zimo finally understood. It was something that the Thunder Emperor had said to him in the 10 Absolute Hell. Absolute Thunder City will be in chaos soon and I won't be able to take care of you. Be careful and leave in the chaos. The Thunder Emperor must have expected this battle in Absolute Thunder City. He knew his body's condition as well. If he brought Su Zimo along, there was a high chance that neither of them would be able to escape. At that time, Su Zimo would also become the target of everyone and be hunted down by the factions of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. But now, the Thunder Emperor wanted to help Su Zimo hide. Furthermore, Su Zimo had been extremely cautious in the 10 Absolute Hell and no one knew who helped the Thunder Emperor escape. After the Thunder Emperor escaped, Su Zimo successfully hid himself and escaped from the 10 Absolute Hell. However, the Thunder Emperor's injuries. Su Zimo sighed internally. The battle affected the Thunder Emperor's old injuries. At that time, the Thunder Emperor might have to face the pursuit of the Immortal Kings and it was unknown if he could truly escape danger. Perfected Immortal Jingyu was right about one thing. The current Divine Firmament was no longer the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain hundreds of thousands of years ago. Although the Thunder Emperor escaped from the 10 Absolute Hell, he won't be able to advance a single step in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, and every single step forward would be treacherous. It was almost foreseeable that a violent commotion might break out in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, or even the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Su Zimo was prepared to leave this place and find a quiet and secluded place to cultivate the Void Thunder Manual in seclusion for a period of time to avoid this storm. Chapter 1962 King Tianxing. Chapter 1962 King Tianxing. Su Zimo looked at the ruins of Absolute Thunder City and lamented internally. There were still many spirit treasure shards left in the ruins, most of them shattered by the startling evil spear. While those spirit treasure shards were useless to others, they were extremely useful to the Hell Suppression Tripod. If he could devour it, he might be able to repair the third tripod wall. However, Su Zimo weighed the pros and cons and gave up on that thought. Although the temptation was great, it was way too dangerous. There was no need to take the risk at such a sensitive and chaotic time. There would be other chances in the future. Su Zimo blended into the crowd and headed into the distance. He did not dare to walk too quickly lest he attracted attention. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura descended from the skies with a rampant might. The entire world seemed to be overwhelmed and trembled slightly. That aura was much stronger than the Thunder Emperor, Perfected Immortal Jingyu and the others. Everyone was shocked and looked up. The clouds in the firmaments changed and a void suddenly collapsed towards the middle, forming a gigantic pitch-black vortex. In the pitch-black vortex, a figure appeared faintly with a murderous aura that was sinister. Many black immortals could not withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground with pale expressions, keeping mum out of fear. Immortal King! Only an Immortal King could release such a terrifying aura and might. The cultivators below even had a feeling that the figure in the firmaments could kill them all with a single breath. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze slightly and looked at the high and mighty figure in the firmaments. This was an Immortal King. Given his current cultivation, this was a terrifying existence that could not be reached. If he wanted to take revenge on King Yunyu, he had to reach that realm. Greetings, King Tianxing. When perfected Immortal Jingyu saw that person, he knelt down hurriedly and kowtowed with a terrified expression. The sinner of the lower worlds escaped from Absolute Thunder City. I'm unforgivable. Please punish me, King Tianxing. Get up first. A voice sounded from the pitch-black vortex, resolute as metal and stone. Perfected Immortal Jingyu stood up hurriedly. What happened? King Tianxing continued asking. Perfected Immortal Jingyu recounted everything that happened in Absolute Thunder City today in detail without hiding anything. Someone helped him. After hearing that, King Tianxing said 3 words. Perfected Immortal Jingyu shuddered in fear and knelt down once more. Immortal King, I truly didn't know or discover anyone who helped Feng Cantian escape. Others might not have such a deep understanding of the 10 Absolute formation. However, King Tianxing knew that without the help of outsiders, there was no way the Thunder Emperor could break free on his own. Perfected Immortal Jingyu continued. I'll order for all the cultivators in the city to be imprisoned and interrogated one by one. There's no need, King Tianxing said indifferently. If that person helped, he would have left a long time ago. How could he still stay here? Furthermore, anyone who can pull out my execution saber is at least a perfected immortal. Apart from you, there are no other perfected immortals here. How strong was King Tianxing's spirit consciousness? With a gentle sweep, he enveloped a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers around Absolute Thunder City. No living being could escape his senses. Su Zimo lowered his head and no longer looked at King Tianxing lest he attracted attention. He was injured by my execution saber and can't run. Even if he can escape, I can capture him back. King Tianxing harumphed. Jingyu, you didn't manage to handle the ice butterfly incident in Green Cloud County properly. Now, something like this has happened. King Tianxing's tone was cold as a blade, making one shudder. Perfected Immortal Jingyu was drenched in sweat as he lowered his head hurriedly. I deserve to die. Please spare my life, King Tianxing. There was no sound from the pitch-black vortex for a long time. This period of silence felt like years to Perfected Immortal Jingyu. A long time later, King Tianxing's voice sounded once more. Although you're in Absolute Thunder City, you failed to stop Feng Cantian. While you can avoid death, you can't escape punishment. The moment he said that, a golden light burst forth from the pitch-black vortex and descended on Perfected Immortal Jingyu instantly. A blood light flashed. One of Perfected Immortal Jingyu's arms was severed by the golden light and blood gushed out from the wound. I'll sever your arm for the time being today. Your arm will only recover after that sinner is captured again, King Tianxing said indifferently. Thank you for not killing me, King Tianxing. Perfected Immortal Jingyu was sweating from the pain, but he still kowtowed in gratitude. King Tianxing was in charge of the punishment, and killing in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. The loss of a single arm today was already considered mercy. Under normal circumstances, perfected immortal experts could regrow severed limbs with a single thought. However, there was a faint golden light covering the wound on Perfected Immortal Jingyu's broken arm. That was the power of King Tianxing. As long as the golden light was around, his broken arm would never grow again. Furthermore, even if he could regrow his arm, Perfected Immortal Jingyu did not have the guts. When he saw that, Su Zimo felt emotional. Perfected Immortal Jingyu was a county governor. Be it in terms of strength, status or reputation, he was in the upper echelons of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. However, in front of King Tianxing, a single sentence could determine his fate. This was the cruelty of the upper world. Even perfected immortal experts could not withstand a single blow from an immortal king. If that was the case for perfected immortal Jingyu today, it was even worse for the Thunder Emperor in the past. A moment later, the pitch-black vortex in the firmaments gradually closed, and the figure within vanished as well. The shuddering aura gradually dissipated. Many cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. When King Tianxing appeared earlier on, everyone felt as though a cold guillotine was hovering above their heads and could slash down at any moment. Perfected Immortal Jingyu waited for King Tianxing to leave before standing up. He looked at the many city lords and exalted immortals not far away and said in a deep voice, Everyone, you can return now. Gather everyone and search for Foam Cantillon with all your might. Don't let go of any clues. Understood. Many city lords and exalted immortals replied hurriedly and dispersed. Perfected immortal Jing Yu pondered for a moment, and tidied up the battlefield before leaving the ruins of Absolute Thunder City. Su Zimo was secretly worried. It could be predicted that after today, all the immortal soldiers guarding the great Jin Immortal Kingdom would be mobilized and martial law would be imposed everywhere to search for anyone suspicious. He did not know if Senior Thunder Emperor could escape the pursuit of the entire great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Su Zimo took a deep breath and suppressed his worries for the time being. Given his current cultivation, he could not help much even if he wanted to. Right now, the most important thing for him was to cultivate in seclusion and break through to the Earth Essence realm as soon as possible. This time round, he had benefited quite a bit from the 10 Absolute formation. If he could comprehend something in seclusion, he might have a chance of becoming an Earth Immortal within 100 years. Just as Su Zimo was pondering, a warning flashed in his mind. Chapter 1963 Another Change. Chapter 1963 Another Change. There were many cultivators in Absolute Thunder City. Because of this battle, Absolute Thunder City was reduced to ruins and at least tens of millions of cultivators had nowhere to go and were retreating out of the city. Amidst the crowd, Su Zimo suddenly sensed that something was amiss. The surrounding crowd was in chaos. However, dozens of cultivators walked in his direction and gradually formed an encirclement. More importantly, he felt an immense killing intent. The dozens of cultivators were all Grade 9 Black Immortals. If he was not wrong, they should be the ones who participated in the hunting meet earlier on. However, Su Zimo was puzzled. He did not know these people and had never had any conflicts with them in the 10 Absolute Hell. Why would they target him? The distance between him and the dozens of Grade 9 Black Immortals decreased. Initially, those people hid in the crowd and tried their best to hide their tracks. But now, their gazes were ferocious as they summoned their dermic treasures and weapons without concealing the killing intent in their hearts. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and surveyed his surroundings, asking coldly, "What are you guys trying to do?" "Kill you!" One of them hollered and leaped up. Wielding a Chaos Essence iron rod, he smashed it towards Su Zimo's head and attacked first. Su Zimo's expression was calm and he did not even look. He only attacked when the Chaos Essence iron rod was about to smash his head. Piak! His attack was released after but arrived sooner. Su Zimo's fair palm grabbed the Chaos Essence iron rod without budging at all. "You!" The Grade 9 Black Immortal's eyes widened in shock. The Chaos Essence iron rod was a superior black-grade dermic treasure. Although its grade was not too high, it was strong and could match supreme black-grade dermic treasures. But now, this seemingly weak green-robed cultivator had grabbed his Chaos Essence iron rod with his palm. No matter how he tried, the Chaos Essence iron rod seemed to be stuck in the green-robed cultivator's palm, and could not move at all. At that moment, he was still in midair, unable to head up or down. "What's up with that person's strength?" The Grade 9 Black Immortal was shocked. Right then, Su Zimo gripped the Chaos Essence iron rod tightly and thrust forward. "Ah!" The Grade 9 Black Immortal shrieked tragically and could not hold on to the Chaos Essence iron rod at all, causing his palms to bleed. Poof! The next moment, the Chaos Essence iron rod pierced his chest and protruded from his back. In Su Zimo's hands, the Chaos Essence iron rod pierced the person like a gigantic spear. This was not the 10 Absolute Hell, and the many city lords that were truly a threat to Su Zimo had already dispersed. There was no need for him to worry. Indeed, he did not want to fight these Black Immortals of the lower worlds. However, if they wanted his life, he would not hold back either. Exerting strength in his palm, Su Zimo shook the Chaos Essence iron rod gently. Shing! The Grade 9 Black Immortal's body was shattered by the Chaos Essence iron rod instantly, and he died on the spot with fresh blood spreading. Kill! The remaining Black Immortals were not afraid at all. All of them roared with bloodshot eyes and attacked one after another. Dozens of dermic treasures descended. Body immobilization technique. Wind summoning. Rain summoning. Purple star hand. Many lesser divine powers and secret skills burst forth at the same time. Su Zimo's blood chi was strong, and even without using the bloodline of his green lotus true body, he broke free from the restraints of the body immobilization technique with a single tremble. Swoosh! In a flash, a golden light darted out from where he was, shuttling through the dermic treasures, divine powers and secret skills with ease. Against those black immortals, two lesser divine powers, heavenly feet and boundless golden light, were enough. Bang! Su Zimo raised the Chaos Essence iron rod that he snatched earlier on and smashed it on the head of a grade 9 black immortal, causing his head to bleed and brain juice to splatter. Immediately after, he did not stop and arrived before another grade 9 black immortal in the blink of an eye, swinging the rod. Bang! The grade 9 black immortal was sent flying and was split into two by the Chaos Essence iron rod. Su Zimo's figure transformed into a golden streak of light and shuttled through the crowd without any resistance. Everywhere he went, a grade 9 black immortal would be sent flying or injured. This was not an encirclement. This was a one-sided suppression. Before long, dozens of grade 9 black immortals were suppressed by Su Zimo alone. The remaining black immortals were scared out of their wits as well and fled into the distance with frightened expressions. Su Zimo could not be bothered to chase after them and threw away the Chaos Essence iron rod casually, prepared to leave. Right then, a few tragic cries sounded not far away. Su Zimo glanced sideways and saw that the few black immortals who escaped earlier on had already been sliced into two by some sharp weapon and were dead. Above the corpses of the black immortals stood a few women in veils, wielding long swords that were as thin as cicada wings. With a flick of their wrists, the swords retracted into their sleeves and vanished. Piak! 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 Right then, an applause sounded from midair not far away. Amazing! A man's voice sounded and praised. Su Zimo had already guessed the identity of the intruder without even turning back. Prince Yuanzhua. The few veiled women who attacked earlier on were the maidservants of Prince Yuanzhua. Su Zimo turned around. A carriage stopped in midair with 1,000 beautiful women surrounding it. In the carriage, a young man was leaning against it. It was Prince Yuanzhua. That person did not leave. Earlier on, when the Thunder Emperor attacked and fought against the 11 perfected immortal experts, he saw with his own eyes that Prince Yuanzhua had already left Absolute Thunder City. To think that this person would return. The Thunder Emperor had just escaped and his ferocity was at its peak. Even perfected immortals died one after another. However, this Prince Yuanzhua, who was only an Earth immortal with a noble status, actually had the guts to return. This was beyond Su Zimo's expectations. Prince Yuanzhua stood up from his carriage and looked at Su Zimo with a smile. I was indeed not wrong. Your methods are not weak. Although the hunting meet was forced to stop with the Thunder Emperor's escape, Prince Yuanzhua did not give up on his plan. This matter was way too important to him. Someone like the Thunder Emperor would naturally be dealt with by King Tianxing, his brothers, and father. It was not his place to worry. At the same time, Su Zimo understood. The dozens of grade 9 black immortals that attacked him earlier on should have been instructed by Prince Yuanzhua. His goal was to test Su Zimo's strength. Actually, when he was fighting, Su Zimo felt as though he was being spied on. However, there were many people around and it was normal. It was difficult to determine if the other party had any ill intentions. Su Zimo observed his surroundings silently. There were 3,000 women on the side of Prince Yuanzhua. Although all of them were at the Earth Essence realm, almost all of them surrounded him. If he released his innate divine power, the Rock Wings, he would definitely have a chance to escape from this place. Right then, Su Zimo's gaze shifted and he saw someone. He suppressed that thought for the time being. Chapter 1964 Spirit Consciousness Imprint. Chapter 1964 Spirit Consciousness Imprint. Not far away from Prince Yuan's carriage, a group of people stood. There were more than 100 of them, and they were drenched in blood. They were the black immortals of the lower worlds who entered the 10 absolute hell earlier on. Tianxing was among them. At that moment, Tianxing was expressionless as she looked at Su Zimo and shook her head gently. That action was so subtle that it was almost imperceptible. However, Su Zimo knew in his heart that given Tianxing's character, she would not reveal such unnecessary actions unless there was no choice. It was more like a reminder. Tianxing could tell that he wanted to escape and was warning him. Su Zimo was expressionless and did not act rashly. He cupped his fists in the direction of Prince Yuan's will and said, "I'm Su Zimo. May I know what you mean by that? I've already said that I'll choose 100 people on the hunting ranking to be my followers after this hunting meet." Prince Yuanzhua flicked his fingernails and let out a faint sound of metal clashing. Su Zimo's expression was calm. "I don't seem to be on the hunting ranking." "That's right." Prince Yuanzhua laughed. "However, I've noticed you long ago. The dozens of grade 9 black immortals attacking you earlier on was actually a test for you. If you won them, you would have had a chance to be the last among this 100. Su Zimo's gaze swept past Tianxing's side, and he counted in his heart. There were 99 cultivators there, and there were exactly 100 including him. Of course, if you had lost, any of the dozens of black immortals who killed you would have been the last lucky person. Prince Yuanzhua continued with a smile. He did not care about the lives of the black immortals of the lower worlds at all, including Su Zimo. Although he paid attention to Su Zimo, he would definitely not step in if Su Zimo was truly defeated and killed. "I'm flattered that you think highly of me, Your Highness," Su Zimo replied indifferently. Prince Yuanzhua continued, "Congratulations on passing the second test." Su Zimo frowned slightly in confusion. "The second test?" Prince Yuanzhua said coldly. "You were very honest and did not choose to escape earlier on. If you had, you would have been a corpse by now." Su Zimo was silent but was still in slight disbelief internally. If he released his extreme speed divine power, he should have a chance to escape. Right then, Prince Yuanzhua stood up slowly and looked at Tianxing and the others who were not far away, shouting, "All of you, listen up! Apart from talent and methods that surpass others, my followers have to be absolutely loyal and obedient. If any of you dare to betray me, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." There was a hint of ruthlessness in the tone of Prince Yuanzhua that made one shudder. "Don't worry, Your Highness." Li Tian was the first to stand out and shout. "It's my honor to have the chance to follow Your Highness. Not only would I not betray you, if I discover anyone who's disloyal, I'll be the first to step in and clean up the traitors for you, Your Highness." With that said, Li Tian surveyed his surroundings with a ferocious gaze. "Very good." Prince Yuanzhua nodded in satisfaction. He flipped his palm and took out the pitch-black hunting ranking, unfolding it slowly. There were 100 black immortals written on the hunting ranking. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. He could even see his name on the hunting ranking. Prince Yuanzhua said smugly, "The hunting badge originates from the hunting ranking. When you engrave your spirit consciousness imprint on the hunting badge, it will be displayed on the hunting ranking at the same time. With your spirit consciousness imprints, I can sense you no matter where you go with the help of the hunting ranking." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. It was only now that he understood Tianxing's warning. This hunting ranking was the true threat. If he released his extreme speed divine power, even if he could escape from this place, it would be difficult for him to escape from the detection of Prince Yuanzhua with his spirit consciousness imprint on the hunting ranking. Therefore, he would be hunted continuously. No matter where he was or where he was hidden, it was difficult for him to escape the detection of Prince Yuanzhua. At that time, he would indeed be doomed. Back when Su Zimo left his spirit consciousness imprint on the hunting badge, he was already hesitant. However, he had no choice given the circumstances. To think that the spirit consciousness imprint would become a sharp sword that hovered above his head and could slash down at any moment. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and gave up on the thought of escaping for the time being. He wanted to see what Prince Yuanzhou was plotting by spending so much effort to choose 100 black immortals who were absolutely loyal to him. Time to head back. Prince Yuanzhou waved his hand and returned to the carriage. Immediately, women came forward. Some of them massaged his shoulders and some of them hammered his legs gently to his satisfaction. Su Zimo arrived among the 100 people as well. They were on a small immortal ship that had prepared new clothes for them as well. There were many immortal fruits, wine and even healing elixirs. Li Tian and the others were covered in injuries after the battle in the 10 Absolute Hell. At that moment, they needed those items and dispersed quickly. A few people stood on the deck of the immortal ship. Although Tianxing killed many people in the 10 Absolute Hell, she looked refreshing and did not have any bloodstains. Given her character, there was no way she would get together with others to drink and have fun. Tianxing stood on the deck and looked at the sky ahead with a calm expression, deep in thought. Just as Su Zimo was about to advance, Tianxing's voice sounded in his consciousness. "Don't come over!" Tianxing's back was facing Su Zimo, and she did not turn back, merely sending a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "Why?" Su Zimo's activated his spirit consciousness and asked. Tianxing said, "You had better pretend not to know me lest you get into trouble." After a brief pause, she continued, "Also, I've just returned you a favor. I still owe you one." Su Zimo shrugged his shoulders gently. The reason why he helped Tianxing was mainly because of the Thunder Emperor. He did not care or expect her to return any favors. However, Tianxing took this matter seriously and calculated it extremely clearly, as though she was unwilling to owe anyone anything. "What are you doing?" Su Zimo sent a voice transmission and asked. Tianxing remained silent, as though she did not want to speak to Su Zimo anymore. However, Su Zimo did not give up and continued asking. "When Prince Yuanzhou retreated, I noticed that you followed him secretly. It's none of your business. You'd better not ask further." After a long silence, Tianxing finally spoke with a cold tone. Su Zimo smiled. Was she trying to assassinate the prince? Su Zimo could vaguely guess that Tianxing's target was most likely Prince Yuanzhou. However, he knew better than anyone that there was no chance to get close to Prince Yuanzhou, let alone assassinate him. Notwithstanding the fact that the cultivation of Prince Yuanzhou was already higher than Tianxing, the 3,000 Earth immortal beauties beside Prince Yuanzhou alone were enough to give one a headache. Chapter 1965 Emperor's Tomb. Chapter 1965 Emperor's Tomb. For assassins, patience was the most important factor. If there was no suitable opportunity, Tianxing would rather wait than attack rashly. It was especially so for experts like Prince Yuanzhou, who was a major cultivation realm above her. If she failed, she would definitely die without a chance to escape. If there was no chance, she could wait for a year, 10 years, or even hundreds of years. She only had 2 goals for coming here. One of the goals was the Thunder Emperor. Although she possessed the true dragon anti-water bead, she knew that even if she could clear the 10 Absolute Formation, she could not save the Thunder Emperor. In her heart, it was enough if she could just take a mere look at the Thunder Emperor. After failing to clear the formation, she thought that she would never have the chance to meet the Thunder Emperor again. To think that the situation later on would be completely beyond her imagination. Not only did she see the Thunder Emperor with her own eyes, he even broke free and killed 10 perfected immortal experts domineeringly before leaving in a carefree manner. At that moment, she was expressionless, but there was an indescribable joy in her heart. Now that the Thunder Emperor was free, she was only left with a second goal. Prince Yuanzhou. Of course, those were her inner thoughts and secrets. Even if she owed Su Zimo a favor, she could not tell him about it. What's the true purpose of the hunting meet held by Prince Yuanzhou this time round? Right then, Su Zimo asked again. Tianxing sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness and said indifferently, "Didn't he say? He wanted to choose 100 absolutely loyal followers and give us a chance to change our fates." Fu! Su Zimo chuckled and asked, "Would you believe such nonsense?" "Why not?" Tianxing asked as well. Suzimo said. Given his status, there's no need for him to go through so much trouble if he wants 100 absolutely loyal followers. As long as he waves his hand, disciples of the major sects and descendants of aristocratic families will flock to him. We won't even have a chance. Furthermore, the hunting meat is a gain for the exalted immortals to begin with. They control the fates of all living beings in the lower worlds and take joy in it. Why would Prince Yuan's would choose 100 people out of goodwill to give these people from the lower worlds a chance to change their fates? That's ironic to begin with. It's extremely laughable. Tianxing harumphed softly. Humph, seems like you're not stupid and can understand. Suzimo was slightly stunned. That was an extremely rare hint of emotion in a statement from Tianxing. Stunned for a moment, Suzimo could not tell if Tianxing was praising or mocking him. The logic behind it is extremely simple. Tianxing returned to normal before long and said indifferently. Unfortunately, apart from you and me, no one else in the 100 people can understand. Suzimo was silent for a moment before saying, Perhaps it's not that they don't understand, but that they don't want to. Although it was a little ambiguous, Tianxing fell into deep thought. Reality was a little cruel. Therefore, everyone would avoid it instinctively and would rather advance with a sliver of hope. Do you know about the Emperor's tomb? After a while, Tianxing asked with a voice transmission. The Emperor's tomb? Suzimo frowned slightly. I don't know. For some reason, the name sounded sinister. Tianxing said. The Emperor's tomb was originally a shattered world. It floated everywhere in the void currents of the upper world and its location was uncertain. Legend has it that an immortal emperor was buried inside, that's why it's called the Emperor's tomb. Suzimo was shocked. The tomb of an immortal emperor. There are many legends about the Emperor's tomb. Some say that there are countless rare treasures, cultivation techniques, and secret skills. Others say that there's a shocking secret hidden in the Emperor's tomb. Tianxing said. Recently, the Emperor's tomb appeared in the void of divine Firmament mainland. I'm guessing that the hunting meat of Prince Yuan's might have something to do with this Emperor's tomb. Suzimo said deeply. He wants us to enter the Emperor's tomb? Probably. Tianxing replied. A tomb that might contain an immortal emperor? Given our cultivation, we can enter it at will? Suzimo could not believe it. Logically speaking, even Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals were not qualified to explore such a tomb, let alone them. If this was truly an emperor's tomb, it would be filled with treasures collected by the immortal emperor. It would not be in their place to head there. Tianxing said. This emperor's tomb is a little special. It's said that the immortal emperor buried inside died under an extremely powerful curse. Curse? Suzimo narrowed his eyes slightly. In terms of curse techniques, the witch race was the strongest. Back in Tianhuang mainland, experts of the witch race of the upper world even descended to kill all living beings. Thankfully, Dai Yu intervened and resolved that calamity. If the rumors were true, the curse technique that could kill an immortal emperor must have been done by an expert of the witch race. Tianxing continued. After the immortal emperor died, the power of the curse in his body did not disappear. Instead, it spread in every corner of the tomb and lasted till now. How long has this immortal emperor been dead for? Suddenly, Suzimo asked. Tianxing said. More than 10 million years. Suzimo was secretly speechless. The curse in the emperor's tomb was way too terrifying and did not dissipate even after millions of years. Even an immortal emperor can't withstand the power of that curse. Wouldn't the 100 of us be courting death if we entered? Suzimo sneered. No, Tianxing said. For millions of years, many people have entered the emperor's tomb to explore its secrets. The power of the curse inside is a little strange. The higher the cultivation realm of the cultivator, the greater the impact on them. In other words, such a curse is the most harmful to experts like immortal emperors. Suzimo asked. That's right, Tianxing said. When the emperor's tomb first appeared, an emperor entered and was inevitably cursed as well. He died not long after he came out. Grotto Heaven Realm experts were kings. Above the Grotto Heaven Realm was the Emperor Realm. The most common title for an Emperor realm expert was an Emperor. Of course, in the 9 Firmament Immortal domain, most emperors were called Immortal Emperors, such as the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor. In the Great Wilderness, most of them were called Demon Emperors. Above emperors was the Great Emperor that Heavenly Wolf mentioned. Su Zimo was even more shocked. Such a curse could even kill other Emperor realm experts after lasting for millions of years. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the person who laid that curse was. After that emperor died, no other emperor dared to attempt to enter. Tianxing continued. For millions of years, more than 20 king realm experts have died because of the curse upon entering the emperor's tomb. The number of perfected immortals and heaven immortals that died within is even more unimaginable. Chapter 1966 Arriving at Green Cloud City. Chapter 1966 Arriving at Green Cloud City. Tianxing said, "It's precisely because of the terrifying curse of the Emperor's tomb that almost no perfected immortal or kings have attempted to enter the tomb in recent years. The higher the cultivation realm, the greater the impact of the curse." Su Zimo said deeply. "In other words, if a black immortal enters the Emperor's tomb, they will suffer the least damage from the curse?" "Indeed," Tianxing said. "However, even if the damage caused by the curse is small, it doesn't mean that there isn't any. Every living being that enters the Emperor's tomb, no matter their race, will be tainted by the curse and no one can avoid it. Of course, that curse is not a fatal threat to black immortals." Su Zimo could tell what Tianxing was implying and asked, "What other effects will there be if there's no fatal threat?" "It's uncertain," Tianxing said. "If you can't remove the curse in your body, it'll be difficult for you to break through to the Earth Immortal realm for the rest of your life. There's a high chance that your lifespan will deteriorate and various conditions will happen to your body." Su Zimo gradually understood. It was no wonder why Prince Yuanzhou did not look for disciples of other sects or aristocratic families. That was because no sect or aristocratic family would send their personal disciples and descendants into the Emperor's tomb. If the curse could not be removed, it would affect a cultivator's life. There was a high chance that a paragon of a generation would die and fade into the masses. However, among the cultivators that ascended from the lower worlds, Prince Yuanzhou could casually choose 100 people for him to command and enter the Emperor's tomb. These cultivators of the lower worlds even had to be grateful to Prince Yuanzhou. Tianxing said, "Once experts like heaven immortals and perfected immortals enter the Emperor's tomb, they will be cursed and won't be able to return. Although we'll also be cursed upon entering the Emperor's tomb, we will be the least affected. Within, we can move freely or even fight. As long as we don't stay in the Emperor's tomb for too long, we can definitely return alive." Su Zimo asked, "Why does Prince Yuanzhou want us to enter the Emperor's tomb?" "I don't know about that." Tianxing shook her head gently. Su Zimo fell into deep thought. According to Tianxing, an immortal emperor was once buried in the Emperor's tomb. Notwithstanding the rare treasures and secret skills collected by the immortal emperor in his lifetime, even the perfected immortals and kings who died within had countless treasures. There was a high chance that Prince Yuanzhou wanted them to enter the Emperor's tomb to search for treasures or inheritances. However, no matter what, the Emperor's tomb was definitely a dangerous place. It was not only the strange curse. Now that the Emperor's tomb had descended on Divine Firmament mainland, apart from them, there must be other exalted immortal experts who controlled black immortals to enter the Emperor's tomb to search for opportunities for them. Notwithstanding the other immortal regions, there were 3 immortal kingdoms and countless sects in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain alone. If they encountered other parties, a fight was inevitable. That was also the reason why Prince Yuanzhou spent so much effort to select 100 grade 9 black immortals who could fight well and were strong. Unless necessary, Su Zimo would not take the risk even after knowing about a secret like the Emperor's tomb. But now, he had no choice given the circumstances. The security on the immortal ship was not strict. However, even if he could escape, his spirit consciousness imprint was still on the hunting ranking. As long as Prince Yuanzhou willed, he could be found at any moment. That was a huge threat. It was as though Prince Yuanzhua was wielding a sharp sword that was hanging on his neck and could slash down at any moment. He had to think of a way to resolve this matter to prevent future troubles. As Su Zimo pondered, his gaze instinctively landed on Tang Zi. If Tang Zi's target was truly Prince Yuanzhua, the two of them could join forces. However, even if the two of them joined forces, it would be difficult for them to deal with Prince Yuanzhua. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness could only vaguely sense that Prince Yuanzhua was an Earth Immortal and could not clearly detect his level. Furthermore, Prince Yuanzhua had a noble status, and the bloodline of King Jin flowed through his body. He had interacted with top-tier experts since he was young and no one knew what trump cards he had. Moreover, Tang Zi was prideful and operated alone. She might not join forces with him. "What are you thinking about staring at me for so long?" Suddenly, Tang Zi's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Her tone was unfriendly with a hint of anger. Su Zimo rubbed his chin and stared at her back for a long time. She thought that Su Zimo had some evil thoughts and could not help but feel frustrated. "It's fine." Retracting his gaze, Su Zimo replied casually and suppressed the matter for the time being. When Tang Zi saw that, she thought that Su Zimo was feeling guilty and said coldly, "Indeed, I owe you a favor. However, let me warn you not to harbor any nonsensical thoughts." Su Zimo was confused and did not know what was wrong with this woman. Instinctively, he asked, "What nonsensical thoughts?" "You." Tang Zi was speechless. Gritting her teeth, she decided not to say anything more. The Immortal ship carried everyone at an extremely fast speed and arrived at Mufeng City, which was closest to Absolute Thunder City, in less than 3 days. Thereafter, everyone entered Mufeng City and made use of its teleportation formation to descend upon the central city of Green Cloud County, Green Cloud City. There were a total of 16 counties in the territory of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, and each county had a central city. Typically, the princes and county governors would watch over the 16 central cities. The moment everyone arrived in Green Cloud City, they could sense that the atmosphere in this city was clearly not right and was extremely depressing. The city was heavily guarded. There were guards patrolling the city walls at all times. The cultivators in the city were flustered and averted their gazes in fear. Traces of execution guards could be seen everywhere in the ancient city. The impact of the Thunder Emperor's escape was gradually showing. As long as the Thunder Emperor was not captured, many people in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom would not be able to eat or sleep in peace as time passed. Of course, no matter how guarded the ancient city was, no one dared to stop the carriage of Prince Yuanzhua. Su Zimo and the others rode on the Immortal ship and followed the carriage of Prince Yuanzhua. The journey was almost smooth and they arrived at the residence of the prince. Before the group of them had a chance to rest, a maidservant brought them to a hall. The hall was grand and resplendent with jewels and gems. It was unimaginably luxurious everywhere. Everyone entered the hall and looked around with shocked expressions, attracting exclamations. Su Zimo and Tang Zi were extremely calm. It was Tang Zi's nature. However, for Su Zimo, he was unimpressed. In terms of shock, the human emperor's palace that appeared in Tianhuang mainland was enough to beat this palace instantly. Before long, Prince Yuanzhua appeared and sat on the highest throne in the hall, looking down at Su Zimo and the others. The crowd quietened down before long. "If you want to follow me and stay by my side, you have to perform well," Prince Yuanzhua said slowly. "There's an opportunity as such right now. If any of you can contribute greatly, I'll make him my personal guard." Pausing for a moment, he gave an evil chuckle. "That person can even choose any of the beauties around me to be his Tao companion." Chapter 1967 Entering the Emperor's Tomb. Chapter 1967 Entering the Emperor's Tomb. The personal guard of Prince Yuanzhua. Among the 100 people beneath the main hall, many cultivators had fervent gazes. This was equivalent to a leap to the heavens, and they would be completely free from their status as people of the lower worlds. From then on, no one in the upper world would dare look down on them. Although the beauties around Prince Yuanzhua were maidservants in name, all of them were at the Earth Essence realm, and their cultivation realms were higher than theirs. Furthermore, those that could be fancied by Prince Yuanzhua were all peerless beauties. It would definitely be a rare blessing to have them as Dao companions. Hee hee! Li Tian laughed. Your Highness, feel free to tell us what you want us to do. I'll definitely not disappoint you. All right. Prince Yuanzhua was very satisfied and said in a deep voice. There are various ruins and secret grounds in the upper world. Right now, a secret ground has appeared in the divine Firmament mainland. Due to the uniqueness of this secret ground, those with high cultivation realms will be restricted instead. Black Immortals won't be affected much when they enter. At that point, Suzimo sneered internally. It was clear that Prince Yuanzhua was hiding the most critical piece of information. According to Tianxing, any living being that entered the Emperor's tomb would be cursed, and no one would be spared. Black Immortals were merely affected less and could move freely within. Suzimo observed for a moment. Among the 100 people in the hall, apart from him and Tianxing, everyone else had calm expressions. It was clear that they did not know anything about the Emperor's tomb and did not feel threatened. To be precise, it was not because these people knew too little, but because Tianxing knew too much. Be it the Thunder Emperor or the matter of the Emperor's tomb, those were extremely secretive matters. However, Tianxing knew everything. Suzimo was curious about Tianxi's identity as well. This woman definitely had a powerful expert or faction backing her. Prince Yuanzhua continued. There are countless rare treasures, divine powers and secret skills buried in this secret ground. These are also great opportunities for you guys. Thank you, Your Highness. Many cultivators bowed hurriedly with delighted expressions. Prince Yuanzhua said, I can promise you that I won't lay my hands on any treasures or inheritances you obtain inside. However, I want something from this secret ground. No matter what method you guys use, you must get it back. Here it comes. Suzimo thought to himself. This was the true motive of Prince Yuanzhua. Please speak, Your Highness, everyone asked. It's a jade talisman, Prince Yuanzhua said slowly. I don't have any clues about this jade talisman. However, I'm certain that it's in that secret ground, Li Tian shouted. Don't worry, Your Highness. It's just a jade talisman. I'll definitely find it for you after exploring every single corner of the secret ground. Prince Yuanzhua nodded slightly and continued. In addition, you guys have to be careful when you enter the secret ground. That's because apart from you guys, there will be black immortals of other immortal kingdoms and sects searching for this jade talisman inside. Under such circumstances, it would be fine if they did not manage to find the jade talisman. However, if they did, it would definitely attract the killing intent of various factions. I'll have 2 old servants lead you guys into the secret ground this time round. Prince Yuanzhua waved his hand and 2 old men stood out behind him. One was fat and the other was skinny. They bowed to Prince Yuanzhua. We will definitely do our best and not let you down, Your Highness. Suzimo's gaze lingered on the 2 old men. The 2 old men were also grade 9 black immortals. However, the auras released by the 2 of them seemed special. Your Highness, when are we entering the secret ground? Someone asked. We'll have to wait a little longer, Prince Yuanzhua said. Right now, that secret ground has just descended on divine Firmament mainland not long ago. Once the barrier of the secret ground is weak, I'll send you guys in. He waved his sleeves gently, and a series of lights shone in the hall. On the ground not far away from everyone, a gigantic teleportation formation appeared. The formation patterns were mysterious and complicated, shimmering with a bright divine light. Suzimo glanced at Tianxing. The latter stood in the crowd expressionlessly and motionlessly. As he had expected, it was almost impossible to assassinate Prince Yuanzhua. If Tianxing wanted to assassinate Prince Yuanzhua, the only possibility was to close in and make use of the sharpness of the dark daggers to complete the assassination. However, Tianxing did not even have the chance to get close to Prince Yuanzhua. If she could not make her move now, she could only follow everyone into the Emperor's tomb. However, they would definitely be cursed the moment they entered the Emperor's tomb. His green lotus true body was immune to poison and was also extremely resistant to curses. However, the green lotus true body had yet to grow to its peak. Right now, he was only a grade 9 green lotus true body. Even immortal emperors could not avoid the curse of the emperor's tomb. Do you have a way to dispel the curse? Su Zimo sent a voice transmission to Tianxing. Yes. Tianxing only said a single word and did not reply. It's about time. Prepare yourselves, Prince Yuanzhua suddenly said. Under the lead of the fat and skinny old men, everyone entered the teleportation formation. After a while, a few maidservants at the side activated the teleportation formation. A blinding beam of light burst forth from the teleportation formation and enveloped everyone before soaring into the skies. Su Zimo felt his head spin and the scene before him tore and shifted continuously. After a long time, Su Zimo's feet sank and he landed on the ground once more. The moment he descended, Su Zimo frowned. The green lotus bloodline flowed through his body and he was extremely sensitive to the outside world. He could clearly sense a strange power enveloping him, seeping into his body and even his bloodline. Even the green lotus true body could not purge it. The curse of the emperor's tomb. Tianxing was not exaggerating. Even his green lotus true body could not defend against the power of the emperor's tomb's curse. Su Zimo secretly took out a supreme black-grade dermic treasure from his storage bag. In the blink of an eye, the dermic treasure was covered in a layer of green spots and had no spirit chi. It was completely crippled. It was not only living beings, even dermic treasures could not escape the corrosion of the emperor's tomb's curse. Su Zimo looked at the others. Tianxing and the two old men had calm expressions. Tianxing was long prepared and was naturally not surprised. As commanders, the two old men were already prepared to die upon entering the emperor's tomb. Given their lifespans, they would not be able to live for long even if they were not tainted by the curse of the emperor's tomb. As for the others, they gradually noticed something amiss as well. What happened? Is this the secret ground? I feel a strange power floating around. It's a little sinister inside here. The crowd discussed. Suddenly, the fat old man laughed with a strange expression and said coldly, "Congratulations on coming to the Emperor's tomb." The Emperor's tomb? What Emperor's tomb? Someone asked hurriedly with a frightened expression. The Emperor's tomb is where an immortal emperor was buried, the skinny old man said. The only hope for you guys to survive now is to find the Jade Talisman as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer you stay in the Emperor's tomb, the harder it will be for you to return alive. Chapter 1968 Dead King. Chapter 1968 Dead King. Buried Immortal Emperor. Those words were way too shocking for most of the cultivators present. Even though Su Zimo had long heard about the origin of the Emperor's tomb from Tianxing, he felt an indescribable pressure now that he was truly here. It was an indescribable feeling that resembled the might of an immortal emperor. The immortal emperor had died for millions of years, but his emperor's might still existed. Everyone was only at the Black Essence realm. For them, entering the tombs and cave abodes of Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals was definitely a rare opportunity. However, the tomb of an immortal emperor. Cultivators who could ascend to the upper world were no fools and could naturally tell that this tomb was definitely not a friendly place. Even if it was as Prince Yuanzhua had said and there were unimaginable treasures and inheritance secret skills, there would definitely be dangers that no one could endure. Since we're here, there's no harm in telling you guys that all of you are cursed right now. If you want to survive, you have to find the Jade Talisman as soon as possible. I'll lead you back to the prince's residence, and His Highness will naturally step in to help you guys remove the curse in your bodies. The skinny old man said coolly. How do we return to the prince's residence? Suddenly, Su Zimo asked. The moment he entered the emperor's tomb, he realized that there were no exits. In the prince's residence, they made use of the power of the teleportation formation to break through the barrier of the emperor's tomb and enter this place. However, there were no teleportation formations in the emperor's tomb. The fat old man harumphed coldly. You don't have to ask about this. Once you find the Jade Talisman, we'll naturally have a way to take you back. Tang Zi's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Even black immortals can't stay in the Emperor's tomb for more than a year. Otherwise, even if they have extraordinary methods, they won't be able to remove the curse in their bodies. In addition, if you sense any commotion in this world, it means that the Emperor's tomb has left divine Firmament mainland and is hidden in the void once more. At that time, we have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll float in the dark void with the Emperor's tomb and lose track of time, winding up as a skeleton in this tomb. The fat and skinny old men led everyone forward. Everyone did not dare to move too quickly and looked around as they advanced. Su Zimo looked up. At the top of the firmaments, there were stars that shone brightly. This did not look like a tomb, but another world. In the starry skies there were dilapidated gigantic beams that were built together. They were covered with ghastly green moss, and there were occasionally thick stone pillars that soared into the skies and stood upright on the ground. The beams and stone pillars were more like ancient structures from millions of years ago that had been destroyed by time. However, it was still extremely shocking. Compared to those ancient structures, everyone was as insignificant as specks of dust falling from above. The surroundings were silent without any signs of life or sound. The footsteps of everyone walking through the ruins echoed in their ears clearly. Everyone advanced for half a day without encountering any obstacles or danger. Some cultivators gradually relaxed. "What's that?" Suddenly, someone pointed ahead and exclaimed softly. In front of everyone, there seemed to be a figure sitting cross-D on the ground with his back facing them. His long hair draped over his shoulders and he wore a golden robe that shimmered. "It should be a human, but I can't see through his cultivation." Li Tian frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. The skinny old man had an indifferent expression. "Everyone, don't be nervous. Almost all the cultivators who entered the Emperor's tomb now are black immortals." Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. "The golden-robed man at the front should be a dead man. Fellow Taoist, who are you? Why are you blocking our path?" A cultivator glared at the back of the golden-robed man and asked loudly. A moment later, the golden-robed man did not reply, and the cultivator's voice was the only thing that reverberated through the world. "That person might have died a long time ago. From the looks of it, his cultivation was not weak when he was alive," the fat old man muttered. Everyone advanced carefully, not daring to get too close. "There are words on the ground." Jian Yu cultivated the Tao of the sword and glared at the ground in front of the golden-robed man with a sharp gaze. Everyone hurried forward and focused their gazes. "I'm King Feng Xian and I'm filled with fiend techniques that are unprecedented. To think that I would die trapped in this Emperor's tomb today. How tragic! It's a pity that my cultivation techniques can't be passed down. It's truly a loss for the fiend domain and a great regret for the world." Although there were not many words, the content was extremely shocking. Tang Zi had once told Su Zimo that more than 20 kings had died in this Emperor's tomb. To think that they would encounter a king realm expert immediately upon entering the Emperor's tomb. It was a fiend king of the fiend domain. Su Zimo could clearly sense that the breathing of many cultivators in the surroundings had turned heavy and their gazes were burning. Everyone's gazes landed on the storage bag on King Feng Xian's waist. Apart from the Fiend King's inheritance, there were many other treasures in a king's storage bag. It was clear that no one had touched the corpse of King Feng Xian. In other words, whoever could obtain the storage bag would be able to obtain the complete inheritance of a king. Su Zimo did not act rashly. He realized that the fat and skinny old men had no intention of advancing, as though they were not interested in King Feng Xian's storage bag. It was impossible for anyone to remain unmoved against the inheritance and treasures of a fiend king. There was definitely something strange about the reaction of the fat and skinny old men. Su Zimo looked at Tang Zi, who was not far away. Tang Zi had an indifferent expression as well and did not move forward. After a moment of silence, someone finally could not help but probe. "Senior, the storage bag of this King Feng Xian. His Highness said that he doesn't want any of the treasures in the Emperor's tomb. If you guys can obtain them based on your own capabilities, it'll be yours," the fat old man said with a smile. Initially, Li Tian wanted to step forward. However, his heart skipped a beat as he sensed a flash of mockery in the depths of the fat old man's eyes and stopped in his tracks. Although he looked boorish, he was extremely meticulous. On the other side, Jianyu did not move either. The moment the fat old man said that, two cultivators could not hold it in any longer and charged forward to grab the storage bag on King Fengxian's waist. Right as the two of them arrived beside King Fengxian, before they could even touch the storage bag, a change happened. The two lines of words on the ground suddenly burst forth with a cold glint. They were extremely sharp and minced the two cultivators into a blood mist. Everyone was shocked. The entire process happened too quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the two cultivators were dead without a corpse left. The blood mist gradually floated down and seeped into the ground. The blood stained the mud, and another line of blood-colored words gradually appeared. If you want to inherit my fiend techniques, you'll have to die with me. Ha ha. Through that line of words, everyone seemed to be able to see the contorted expression of King Fengxian before his death. He had no intention of leaving behind any inheritance. As a fiend king, he was buried here with endless resentment, and only wanted to find more people to die with him. Unfortunately, he had not expected that after countless years, the might of the methods he left behind would decrease significantly. He merely killed two black immortals before the cold lights dissipated into the world. Chapter 1969 Food. Chapter 1969 Food. When the skinny old man saw that, he sneered. The people of the fiend domain have evil hearts and are ruthless. These are their methods. Su Zimo sneered internally. Although the fat and skinny old men bragged of their immortal domain background, the two of them tempted others to step forward despite knowing that it was a trap set by King Fengxian. Their thoughts were probably even more vicious than King Fengxian, who was from the fiend domain. The trump card left behind by King Fengxian could only be considered as a weapon at most. What truly killed the two black immortals of the lower worlds was the bewitchment of the fat and skinny old men. Senior, there shouldn't be any danger now, right? A black immortal of the lower worlds asked carefully. I don't know about that, the fat old man said with a smile. No matter what, this was the corpse of a king after all, and his storage bag was right in front of them. There might be unimaginable treasures within. Everyone was indignant and unwilling to leave. A moment later, someone retrieved another dermic treasure from his storage bag and stood far away, controlling it to charge towards King Fengxian's storage bag. The moment that person's dermic treasure flew out, it lost its spirit chi before it even made contact with King Fengxian's corpse and fell to the ground with green spots all over its body. Ah! The person exclaimed softly. He had completely lost control of the dermic treasure. Su Zimo had already known about this the moment he entered the Emperor's tomb, and was naturally not surprised. The other cultivators were shocked. The skinny old man said coldly, I forgot to remind you guys not to use any dermic treasures in this Emperor's tomb. Any dermic treasure that's exposed will be corroded by the curse of the Emperor's tomb and turned into scrap metal. Someone frowned. In other words, we can only rely on our bodies, bloodlines, divine powers, or secret skills. Ha ha! Li Tian burst into laughter. That's perfect. I ascended after crossing the 3 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Let's see whose body and bloodline in this Emperor's tomb can compare to mine. Jianyu had a cold expression and remained silent. Ordinary sword cultivators would definitely specialize in body tempering. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to unleash the killing power of the sword Dao to its limits. As they discussed, someone sneaked behind King Fengxian and approached. In the blink of an eye, that person was inches away from King Fengxian. With a fervent gaze, that person reached out towards the storage bag on King Fengxian's waist with lightning speed. I've got it! The person was overjoyed and was about to open his storage bag to check for treasures when a fingertip-sized green ghost flame floated out from King Fengxian's corpse. When the ghost flame landed on the black immortal of the lower worlds, it swept through his body rapidly, as though it had encountered strong wine. In the blink of an eye, The black immortal of the lower worlds burned with ghastly green flames and turned into a gigantic human-shaped fireball. Many cultivators retreated hurriedly to distance themselves. Ah! 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 A tragic cry sounded from the fireball. In less than a few breaths, the tragic cries vanished and the flesh of the black immortal of the lower worlds was burned into nothingness by the green flames, leaving only a corpse filled with green spots on the ground. This time round, even Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. Although he specialized in the Tao of Flames, even he felt his heart skip a beat and his scalp tingle from the power contained in the ghastly green flames. If he was tainted by that flame, it would be difficult for him to survive. "Humph, that's the cursed ghost fire," the skinny old man said coldly. "In this Emperor's tomb, the corpses of some experts can nurture cursed ghost fire that can burn flesh and incinerate essence spirits. This is just a small lesson for you guys. There are too many things in this Emperor's tomb that can kill you guys." Jianyu closed two fingers and conjured a sword art, slashing a sword beam at the storage bag on the ground through the void. Perhaps due to the passage of time or the corrosion of the curse of the Emperor's tomb, even the storage bag of a king could not withstand the sword beam and shattered instantly. Splash! The items in the storage bags fell to the ground. Everyone turned their gazes over. It had to be said that there were indeed many treasures in a king's storage bag. There were more than 10,000 dermic treasures and spirit treasures alone. They were stacked together and almost formed a small mountain. Unfortunately, those dermic treasures were filled with green spots and had lost their sentience. They were completely crippled. Some of the cultivation resources such as spirit stones in the storage bag lost their essence chi as well. For example, some elixirs were filled with curses and no one dared to consume them even if they were still effective. Many cultivators were disappointed. There were no treasures in the storage bag that cost 3 lives to open. "Let's go," the skinny old man said in a deep voice. Everyone followed behind the fat and skinny old men and continued forward. Su Zimo did not follow. Instead, he stood not far away and stared at the small mountain of dermic treasures and spirit treasures with a shimmering gaze. "What are you doing there?" the skinny old man asked with a frown when he realized that Su Zimo was not following him. Su Zimo did not even look at the skinny old man and replied casually, "You guys leave first. I'll take a look around and catch up to you guys before long." "Humph." The skinny old man's expression darkened. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you get separated from us, you'll be buried in this Emperor's tomb." With that said, the skinny old man led everyone forward and ignored Su Zimo. Suddenly, Tang Zi's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. "Are you thinking that there are way too few treasures in the storage bag of a fiend king?" "That's right." Su Zimo nodded slightly. Tang Zi sent a voice transmission. "King-level experts can condense grotto heavens. Their true treasures are nurtured in the grotto heaven and refined day and night. They won't be placed in storage bags." A look of realization flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. It was no wonder why he did not discover any grotto heaven spirit treasures. According to Tang Zi, treasures such as grotto heaven spirit treasures should be hidden in King Feng Xian's grotto heaven. Tang Zi continued, "Even if King Feng Xian is dead, we won't be able to open his grotto heaven given our capabilities. You don't have to try. Yes, you guys leave first. I'll be there soon." Su Zimo did not explain further. Apart from the fact that he was curious about the rare treasures in King Feng Xian's storage bag, there was another important reason why he stayed. It was the small mountain of dermic treasures and spirit treasures before him. To others, those dermic treasures and spirit treasures were nothing but scrap metal. However, that was not the case for Su Zimo. To be precise, it was of great use to the Hell Suppression Tripod. That was because after the storage bag was opened, the Hell Suppression Tripod let out a long-awaited vibration. It was a sign that it wanted to devour and refine weapons. Although these weapons were tainted by the curse, the Hell Suppression Tripod did not seem to care. To it, these weapons were food. They were just a little filthy. Su Zimo waited for the fat and skinny old men to lead everyone away. After disappearing from sight, he summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod. Indeed, although the hell suppression tripod was exposed in the Emperor's tomb, there were no green spots on its body. Even the curse of the Emperor's tomb could not taint the hell suppression tripod. Chapter 1970 Strange Lifeforms. Chapter 1970 Strange Lifeforms. Su Zimo was extremely cautious and did not advance rashly. Instead, he controlled the hell suppression tripod and approached the small mountain of dermic treasures in the distance. Indeed, the moment the hell suppression tripod approached the dermic treasures, a few more wisps of ghastly green ghost flames floated out from King Feng Xian's corpse. The ghost flames seemed to possess some sort of sentience, and would float out to incinerate any external objects that approached. Su Zimo controlled the hell suppression tripod and did not dodge. Instead, he charged towards the ghost flames. When the ghost flames landed on the outer wall of the hell suppression tripod, they were absorbed by the vermilion bird's sacred soul before the flames could spread and vanished. Boom! The hell suppression tripod continued forward and collided against the small mountain of dermic treasures before it. Instantly, the dermic treasures collapsed and scattered everywhere. A powerful suction force burst forth from the hell suppression tripod. Among the 10,000 dermic treasures, 1,000 weapons were selected and pulled into the hell suppression tripod. Those weapons were sentient dermic treasures. After a sentient dermic treasure passed through the heavenly tribulation, it would gain sentience and the material of the dermic treasure would transform. Even if it was crippled and lost its sentience, this scrap material was of great use to the hell suppression tripod. If he were to refine all the spirit treasures, there was a high chance he could repair the third wall of the hell suppression tripod. If he could repair the third tripod wall, not only could the third sacred soul awaken, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra would be even more complete as well. Whether or not Su Zimo could find the jade talisman for this trip to the Emperor's tomb, he had already gained enough by now. If not for this Emperor's tomb, who knew how long it would take to collect so many spirit treasures? An extremely terrifying heat burst forth from the hell suppression tripod and melted all the spirit treasures that were dragged in, turning them into red molten metal before long. Su Zimo discovered that there were also some strange green bubbles mixed in the molten metal. If he was not wrong, those green bubbles were the curse of the Emperor's tomb. With the curse of the Emperor's tomb, it might take even longer for the hell suppression tripod to refine and absorb all the spirit treasures. Su Zimo was in no rush. At the very least, there was no need for the hell suppression tripod in the Emperor's tomb for the time being. About 2 hours later, Su Zimo waited for the hell suppression tripod to devour the 1,000 spirit treasures before putting it away and chasing in the direction of Tianxing and the others. This time round, Su Zimo released his spirit perception and sped up. Before long, he caught sight of Tianxing and the others. Initially, there were more than 90 people when they parted ways. In just 2 hours, there were only slightly more than 50 people left in the group. Of the remaining cultivators, apart from Tianxing, the others were pale with fear, as though they had suffered immense shock. "What happened?" Su Zimo chased and asked with a frown. Someone gulped and said with lingering fear, "We passed by a White Bones ruin earlier on. Who would have thought that the White Bones would come to life and start a massacre? We can't defeat them, and many of us died. Some of us were even hunted down by the White Bones, and they're probably doomed." Most of the cultivators who died here were former experts. The corpses left behind would not rot for millions of years. If they were reanimated, even heaven immortals might not be able to defend against them, let alone black immortals. "I want to go back. I don't want to die." A cultivator clutched the wound on his abdomen with a pale expression. He was on the brink of a mental breakdown, and muttered repeatedly, "You won't be able to return without me." The skinny old man harumphed coldly. "I don't want to continue walking or look for any jade talisman anymore. You guys can continue looking for it on your own," the person said with a horrified expression as he retreated, wanting to return the way he came. However, he had barely taken a few steps when his body began to stagger. Arching his body, he clutched his abdomen with both hands and let out a deep growl, as though he was enduring immense pain. Immediately after, the person fell to the ground and the blood flowing out of the wound on his abdomen turned green as his skin rotted. After a series of tragic cries, the person was unrecognizable and his life force was extinguished. The fat old man seemed to have a sense of trepidation as well. The corpses in the Emperor's tomb are stained with the curse of the Emperor's tomb all year round. Even an unassuming bone fragment is a great killing weapon. Anyone injured by those corpses will definitely die. Tianxing glanced at that person before retracting her gaze. Although she was still expressionless, she still felt her heart skip a beat when she saw that. What happened? Su Zimmo sent a voice transmission. How did those white bones come to life? Tianxing said. The Emperor's tomb is filled with the power of curses all year round. However, after millions of years of evolution, some strange living beings were born. These living beings are tiny and difficult to detect. Although they are extremely weak, they can attach themselves to the white bones and control them to fight. There were all sorts of things in the vast world. Many living beings were born in special environments and strange worlds. The living beings that Tianxing mentioned could survive in the environment of the Emperor's tomb. However, there was a high chance that they would not be able to survive a single day outside. After a moment of silence, Tianxing continued. The greatest threat in the Emperor's tomb is not these strange living beings, but some ghost immortals. Su Zimmo was shocked. Although this was the first time he heard about ghost immortals, he already had a rough understanding. Ghost immortals were similar to the otherworldly soldiers of Tianxing mainland. These were cultivators who met with undeserved calamities or the descent of bad luck. As their vengeance, resentment and grievances accumulated over a long period of time, the ghost immortals would be condensed. None of the experts who entered the Emperor's tomb were spared. It was clear how strong the resentment of those experts was. Tianxing continued. The ghost immortals in the Emperor's tomb are even more terrifying because they are still tainted by the curse of the Emperor's tomb. We can't even touch them, let alone fight them. Su Zimmo's expression turned grim. This Emperor's tomb was even more terrifying than he had imagined. If he was unlucky and encountered any ghost immortal, he might die here. The fat and skinny old men had grim expressions as well. The two of them had not expected that they would lose close to half of their cultivators in less than a day after entering the Emperor's tomb. At this rate, it would be impossible for him to survive a month in the Emperor's tomb, let alone search for the Jade Talisman. Everyone, follow closely. Don't act on your own this time round. The skinny old man glared at Su Zimmo and said sternly. The fat old man determined the direction and led everyone forward. Before long, a green fog appeared in front of everyone and enveloped them. It's the curse fog. Run! The fat old man's expression changed starkly as he shrieked. Before his sentence was finished, Tianxing had already recognized the origin of the green fog and sped towards the back. In their panic, everyone moved as well. Chapter 1971 7 Glow Immortal Ginseng. Chapter 1971 7 Glow Immortal Ginseng. Everyone panicked and ran with all their might. They only stopped after running for more than 50 kilometers. The curse fog behind them had already vanished. The fat and skinny old man counted the number of people and realized that more than 10 people had disappeared. It was unknown if they were separated from everyone or devoured by the curse fog. Their group had only entered the Emperor's tomb for less than half a day, and there were only slightly more than 30 of them left. They had suffered immense losses. After half a day of encounters, everyone was fearful and even ruthless people like Li Tian and Jian Yu fell silent. No matter how strong they were only tyrants of the Black Essence realm. There were way too many things that could kill them in the Emperor's tomb. What was that curse fog earlier on? Some cultivators could not help but ask with lingering fear. The skinny old man said with a dark expression. For various reasons, the curse of the Emperor's tomb gathered and materialized. If you're devoured by the curse fog, the power of the curse will seep into your flesh, organs and marrow. Even if you can leave this place alive, you'll definitely die. Right now, everyone had just entered the Emperor's tomb. Although they were cursed, the power had yet to truly seep into their bodies. That was also the reason why there was a chance to dispel it. Let's go! After resting for an hour, the fat old man rose and continued forward with the remaining 30-odd people. Actually, Su Zimo had a chance to flee during the escape earlier on. However, there was no need for him to act alone since the method to leave the Emperor's tomb was with the fat and skinny old men. Furthermore, the environment of the Emperor's tomb was complicated and dangerous, and he did not know much about it. If he followed the crowd and encountered danger, he would have a higher chance of surviving instead. What's that? Before long, a sharp-eyed cultivator pointed to an area in the distance and shouted. There was a glow in that area that resembled a gigantic mirror. There were even faint flashes of resplendent and strange lights on the mirror. Su Zimo's eyesight was strong, and he had long seen that it was a gigantic lake. The lake water rippled and reflected some light, attracting everyone's attention. As for the resplendent light on the lake, he could not see it clearly due to the distance. Let's go take a look, the skinny old man said in a deep voice and led everyone in that direction. It's a lake. Some cultivators recognized it. There's quite a number of people over there. Before they arrived at the lake, everyone realized that there were many cultivators standing around the lake. They formed teams and distanced themselves from one another to form different factions. Su Zimo swept his gaze across. There were around 8 factions around the lake, and their cultivation realms were similar. All of them were grade 8 or 9 black immortals. However, there were no recognizable emblems on the bodies of these cultivators, and it was unknown where they came from. Before entering the Emperor's tomb, Prince Yuanzhua had already mentioned it. Apart from them, there were definitely other factions that entered the Emperor's tomb. They're just small sects and factions. There's nothing to fear. The skinny old man made a rough judgment, and his expression softened. Let's go. Senior, these sects and factions don't have any emblems. How did you judge them? A cultivator asked. The skinny old man said proudly. Any true major sect or faction that enters the Emperor's tomb will definitely not hide their tracks. Instead, they will reveal their unique emblems to intimidate others. As he said that, the skinny old man pointed to a black gold badge on his waist. There was a huge Jin word on the badge. Look over there. People from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom are here as well. I heard that apart from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, the other 2 Immortal Kingdoms sent people in as well. Not only that, I heard that the 4 immortal sects sent people into the Emperor's tomb with their own motives as well. Some cultivators around the lake recognized Su Zimo's group and whispered. Some cultivators seemed unwilling to provoke them and avoided them. The 3 immortal kingdoms ruled over territories in divine Firmament mainland and had kings respectively, possessing absolute dominance. Apart from the 4 immortal sects, no other sect or faction could go against them. The entire world belonged to the kings. Within the territory of the immortal kingdoms, all sects, aristocratic families, cultivators and living beings had to obey the rule of the immortal kingdoms and could not disobey. The cultivators around the lake recognized the identity of the fat and skinny old men, and were naturally unwilling to get into a conflict with them. Li Tian and the others had just experienced many dangers and were in a sorry state. Now that they found some confidence, they puffed up their chests instinctively and regained their vigor. Su Zimo and the others arrived near the lake and focused their gazes. In the middle of the lake was a lone island that shone with beautiful, resplendent lights from time to time. Furthermore, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted over from the direction of the lone island. Could it be? The fat old man glared at the light on the island and suddenly exclaimed with widened eyes. It's the 7-glow immortal ginseng! The skinny old man nodded repeatedly as well. It's definitely the 7-glow immortal ginseng! There's no mistake about it. To think that a 7-glow immortal ginseng would grow in this Emperor's tomb. Furthermore, it's completely ripe and glows with 7 different colors. The fat and skinny old men were agitated and even lost their composure. Su Zimo could not help but send a voice transmission to Tianxing. What's a 7-glow immortal ginseng? This is one of the most famous immortal herbs of the upper world. Legend has it that once it ripens, it will emit 7 different glows and can even revive the dead. No matter how badly injured one is, they will recover completely. If a mature 7-glow immortal Ginseng was outside, even perfected immortals and immortal kings would fight for it. After a brief pause, Tianxing continued. In addition, the 7-glow immortal Ginseng can also increase a cultivator's lifespan. A look of realization flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. It was no wonder why the fat and skinny old men were so worked up. The two of them only chose to enter the Emperor's tomb when their lifespans were almost up. If they could obtain the 7-glow immortal Ginseng, they would naturally be free from the threat of lifespan exhaustion. Su Zimo also noticed something strange. Even the usually calm Tianxing's voice trembled when she described the 7-glow immortal Ginseng. If what Tianxing said was true, an immortal herb as such was indeed a supreme treasure. Su Zimo was the green lotus true body to begin with, and this immortal herb was of great use to him as well. However, he could still maintain his composure. The fact that the surrounding cultivators did not make any moves despite the appearance of such an immortal herb in the Emperor's tomb was proof that it was not easy to obtain. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the surface of the lake. The lake water was clear and green. Even with Su Zimo's eyesight, he could not see what was beneath the lake. However, if there was danger, it was extremely likely to be in this lake. As he pondered, the fat and skinny old men had already calmed down and returned to normal. Surveying his surroundings, the skinny old man suddenly asked, "Who's going to retrieve this immortal ginseng?" Chapter 1972 Change. Chapter 1972 Change. None of the cultivators beside the fat and skinny old men replied. None of them were fools. Against such a treasure, the other sects and factions did not make any moves. Who knew what dangers they would encounter if they snatched the 7-glow immortal ginseng? The fat old man said with a smile. Her Highness said that apart from that item, the other treasures in the Emperor's tomb will belong to whoever can obtain them. This is your opportunity. The skinny old man added. Don't worry, if you can obtain the 7-glow immortal ginseng, no other sect or faction will dare to lay their hands on it. Some cultivators attempted to reach the edge of the lake and looked at it intently. The lake water was calm and deep such that one could not see what was going on within. Even spirit consciousnesses could not penetrate it. A cultivator attempted to throw out a few rocks, creating a series of ripples on the surface of the lake. There was still no activity in the massive lake. When the other cultivators around the lake saw that, they used all sorts of methods to test the edge of the lake but to no avail. Finally, a cultivator could not hold it in any longer and leaped up, sprinting towards the lone island on the lake. That person's movement technique was extremely brilliant. Stepping on the lake water with his feet, he left a shallow mark on the surface of the lake at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was only half a step away from the island. There was no danger throughout the entire process. As for Su Zimo, he glared at the deep lake the entire time. His spirit perception could clearly sense that danger was approaching. When the other cultivators saw that, they could not hold it in either. If this person were to snatch the 7-glow immortal ginseng and devour it in one go, it would be a huge loss for them. Instantly, dozens of figures around the lake moved and released their movement techniques, speeding towards the lone island. Although black immortals could fly, it consumed too much essence chi. Therefore, most of the cultivators chose to speed on the surface of the lake and make use of the water's power to hold their bodies back. That way, everyone would have time and strength to react even if they encountered any changes. Sensing that the lake was dangerous, Su Zimo took a few steps back instinctively. On the other side, his expression changed as he noticed Tianxing walking towards the edge of the lake. She was staring at the lone island in the distance, seemingly moved. What is she doing? Su Zimo was curious. Right then, a tragic cry sounded from the direction of the lake and stopped. Su Zimo looked over and did not see what happened. What happened? Su Zimo asked with a frown. A cultivator at the side widened his eyes in disbelief and said slowly. The cultivator at the front suddenly sank to the bottom of the lake and disappeared. When Su Zimo saw that the person wanted to speak but stopped, he asked, "What did you want to say?" The cultivator said hesitantly, "It's as though something in the lake dragged that person down." Ah! Right then, another tragic cry sounded from the lake. Su Zimo had been staring at the lake the entire time. This time round, he saw everything clearly. Suddenly, a black shadow darted out from beneath the lake and opened its mouth, devouring the legs of a cultivator before dragging him into the lake. The black shadow's gaping mouth was filled with extremely sharp serrated teeth. The moment the cultivator sank into the lake, a fountain of blood spewed out. The sudden change shocked the dozens of cultivators who were speeding on the lake, and their expressions changed. Those cultivators were rather sharp and stopped right away. Circulating their dermic arts, they soared into the air, wanting to leave the lake. However, before those cultivators could escape completely, black shadows tore through the surface of the lake and leaped out, devouring the cultivators in midair. This time round, all the cultivators around the lake could see it clearly. The black shadows were strange-looking fish. They were pitch black and had no eyes. Their tails were huge as they slapped the surface of the lake with a tremendous force, causing their bodies to leap into midair. Instantly, hundreds of the eyeless fishes broke through the surface of the lake and chased after the cultivators in midair. The teeth of the eyeless fishes were extremely sharp. Once they opened their mouths, their jaws would protrude in a menacing manner. Once bitten by the eyeless fishes, there was no way to escape. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 eyeless fishes devoured a cultivator until only a skeleton was left. The dozens of cultivators were way too close to the surface of the lake. The eyeless fishes leaped up from the lake and many cultivators did not have time to dodge. Before long, they were devoured by the eyeless fishes and buried in the lake. "I seem to have seen this fish in an ancient book," the fat old man at the side murmured with a wary expression. "It's said that for this fish, they only possess one of the 5 senses, smell. They are able to smell all sorts of life. Once other living beings enter their territory, they will attack in groups until they are torn apart and devoured." Swoosh! Right then, another figure appeared on the lake and sped towards the lone island in the middle. Above the lake, tragic cries sounded continuously, and it was filled with blood. No one dared to take another step forward. Li Tian, Jian Yu and the others were pale as well and rejoiced internally. Thankfully, they did not act rashly. Otherwise, given their capabilities, they would not have been able to escape the pursuit of the many eyeless fishes. The appearance of that figure was extremely striking. There's truly someone who isn't afraid of death and dares to head up. This treasure is right in front of us after all. If we can risk our lives for such a huge opportunity, there's a high chance that we can experience a meteoric transformation. Humph! What's the point of a meteoric transformation if you can't even survive? Some cultivators sneered. It's Tianxing! Su Zimo frowned slightly. Earlier on, he noticed that Tianxing was moved. Furthermore, her emotions fluctuated unusually when she saw the 7-glow immortal Ginseng. He had not expected that Tianxing would ignore the danger and force her way through the lake towards the lone island. Of course, as an assassin, Tianxing had a good grasp of the opportunity to make a move. At that moment, the attention of the hundreds of eyeless fishes was on the dozens of cultivators in midair. As for Tianxing, she ignored the consumption of her essence qi and flew through the air. She was almost 90 feet high and crossed everyone's heads towards the lone island. Just as Tianxing was halfway through her journey, the surface of the lake splashed. At least thousands of black shadows broke through the water surface and chased after Tianxing, who was in midair. Pissed! Many cultivators felt their scalps tingle when they saw that. Thousands of eyeless fishes broke out of the water and soared into the air. They managed to reach 90 feet and even higher. Instantly, Tianxing fell into danger. Ah! Suddenly, Tianxing opened her mouth and let out a long howl, releasing the sound of an immortal wail. Chapter 1973 Zephyr Thunderwings. Chapter 1973 Zephyr Thunderwings. Tianxing had a good plan. She wanted to make use of the burst of the immortal whale sound to fight for a chance of survival and break out of the encirclement. However, the eyeless fishes only possessed the sense of smell and no hearing. Although the burst of the immortal whale sound was strong, it did not affect the eyeless fishes at all. Tianxing's expression was unchanged as electric arcs burst forth from her body and gathered rapidly behind her, forming a pair of thunder wings. Boom! Boom! Amidst the lightning and thunder, Tianxing soared into the air once more at an extremely fast speed. Before the thousands of eyeless fishes surrounded her, she broke out of the encirclement and sped towards the lone island. For black immortals, even if they flew in the air, the height they could climb was limited and the highest was only 90 feet. However, with the help of her thunder wings, Tianxing was able to reach a height of more than 100 feet and her movement technique's speed had even doubled. After obtaining the Thunder Emperor's inheritance, Zemo recognized at a glance that this was a secret skill of the Void Thunder Manual, the Zephyr Thunder Wings. Cultivating the Zephyr Thunder Wings was equivalent to obtaining the legacy of the Void Thunder Manual. Previously, Zemo had already vaguely guessed that Tianxing might be related to the Thunder Emperor. Now, his guess was confirmed. On the other side, the fat and skinny old men narrowed their eyes slightly with cold expressions when they saw that. The two of them exchanged glances without saying anything. Another ripple appeared above the lake after Tianxing released her Zephyr Thunder Wings. Swoosh! Suddenly, the lake split open and a gigantic black shadow broke through the water surface. Like an anaconda that was dozens of feet long, it whipped towards Tianxing with a layer of mist. The black shadow was too fast and arrived almost instantly. When Tianxing used her Zephyr Thunder Wings, her speed was extremely shocking as well. By the time she realized, it was already too late for her to dodge. Tianxing felt a large black shadow envelop her, and could only prop up her arms and circulate her blood chi to defend. Compared to the black shadow, Tianxing looked extremely petite. Bang! There was a dull thud. Tianxing shuddered and lightning burst forth from her body as her blood chi surged. However, she could not withstand the tremendous force of the black shadow and was sent flying, falling from midair. She spat out a mouthful of blood. This clash caused a huge impact and shock to her organs. The Zephyr Thunder Wings behind her were shattered by the black shadow and almost dissipated. What's that? It looks like the scarlet black squid. To think that such a ferocious demon beast would be nurtured in this lake. Splash! At the same time, the surface of the lake boiled and gigantic thick tentacles tore through the surface of the lake, chasing after Tianxing who was in midair. On the tentacles were circular suction cups the size of basins that squirmed continuously in a terrifying manner. Instantly, hundreds of tentacles danced wildly in midair with a frightening might. The cultivators around the lake were scared out of their wits and retreated one after another, afraid that they would be sucked into the lake by the tentacles. The moment Tianxing fell, 1,000 eyeless fishes leaped up, wanting to devour her flesh. She could only barely hold on with her damaged Zephyr Thunder Wings. But now, she could not defend against the encirclement of hundreds of terrifying tentacles from the scarlet black squid. The hundreds of tentacles squirmed and almost formed an impenetrable space, trapping Tianxing within. Even though she was about to die in the beast's mouth, Tianxing's expression did not change much. However, she sighed internally. Sigh, I failed to obtain an utmost treasure of that level at the end of the day. A moment of greed cost me my life. I can't blame anyone. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind before she died. Let's go. There's no way we can cross this lone island with this scarlet black squid guarding it. Time to go. Many cultivators shook their heads. Although they were reluctant, they could only leave helplessly. Who is that? Right then, a cultivator caught sight of a figure flash past from the corner of his eye and charged towards the lone island. He truly has a death wish. How dare he charge over? Foo-foo, to think that someone would be so eager to die. Everyone sneered when they saw that figure. The fat and skinny old men's group quickly recognized that it was Zemo. When Zemo arrived at the edge of the lake, a pair of essence chi wings appeared behind him. Immediately after, An even wider pair of golden wings grew on the wings, shining brightly. Phew! 2 pairs of wings flapped, and Su Zimo transformed into a golden streak of light. His speed was at its limits, and had even surpassed the reaction of most of the cultivators present. What secret skill is that? It seems to be even faster than that woman's movement technique, the crowd exclaimed. Before the hundreds of tentacles were sealed, the golden light passed through a small crack and arrived beside Tianxing. It was you! Initially, Tianxing thought that she would definitely die. However, she did not expect Su Zimo to barge in as well. What are you doing here? Tianxing glared at Su Zimo. To pluck the 7 glow immortal ginseng, of course. Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo smiled. And also, to save you along the way. Are you crazy? Tianxing looked at Su Zimo as though she was looking at a lunatic. Didn't you see what happened earlier on? Even Earth Immortals can't defend against the power of this scarlet black squid. Hurry and leave! The 2 of them were surrounded by hundreds of tentacles in a cramped space that was almost sealed. There were only a few small gaps and the light was dim. Suddenly, their surroundings fell into darkness. There was no gap left in the space formed by hundreds of tentacles. Now there's no way to leave even if you want to. In the darkness, Tianxing lowered her head slightly and sighed. Suddenly, she felt her waist tighten and a strong arm wrap around her. Her body stiffened. If it was any other time, she would have killed him long ago. However, at that moment, she was in despair. At the thought that the 2 of them were about to be buried here, she let this man's rude actions go. Let's go! Right then, Su Zimo's voice sounded in her ears. Swoosh! Tianxing felt her vision blur, as though space was in chaos. She lost track of time and light reappeared. Composing herself, she focused her gaze and could not help but freeze on the spot. The 2 of them had already broken free from the encirclement of the scarlet black squid and arrived above the lake. It's that secret skill! Tianxing's eyes lit up and she reacted quickly. Back in the 10 Absolute Hell, she tried to assassinate Su Zimo, but he seized the initiative because of this unpredictable secret skill that was almost like teleportation. Su Zimo hugged Tianxing and the rock wings behind him flapped. With a flash of golden light, he covered 500 kilometers in the blink of an eye and left the scarlet black squid behind. By the time the scarlet black squid beneath the lake reacted, Su Zimo and Tianxing had already arrived on the lone island. Chapter 1974 Darkness. Chapter 1974 Darkness. That person actually went over. What's going on? How did he rush out earlier on? I didn't see it clearly. It was as though he teleported over. What's his background? When the crowd around the lake saw that, a commotion broke out. The fat and skinny old men had grim expressions as well. Even with their eyesight, they could not see clearly how Su Zimo managed to break through the obstruction of the scarlet black squid and arrive on the lone island. This lad is rather capable. The skinny old man sent a voice transmission to the fat old man. If that lad can really pluck the 7 glow immortal ginseng, hee. The fat old man did not continue and merely laughed with a fervent gaze and an excited expression. Above the lone island, Su Zimo controlled the rock wings and descended slowly, releasing his spirit consciousness to check out the situation on the island. As though she sensed something, Tianxing struggled and distanced herself from Su Zimo hurriedly, lowering her head in silence. I owe you another favor again. A moment later, Tianxing spoke. Initially, she had already returned Su Zimo a favor. However, she now owed him another not long after. Tianxing was a little flustered. She had a stubborn personality, and was extremely headstrong, not willing to owe anyone a favor. Initially, she wanted to repay this person's kindness as soon as possible, and have nothing to do with him anymore. However, for some reason, her relationship with his person was entangled, and she fell even deeper within. It's fine, Su Zimo replied casually. My target is the 7 glow immortal ginseng as well. I merely saved you in passing earlier on. Don't take it to heart. Tianxing clenched her fist slightly. The more Suzumo said that, the more she could not let it go. There's something strange about this island. Be careful. Suzumo's voice sounded once more, causing Tianxing's heart to skip a beat as she calmed down from her thoughts. The 7-glow Immortal Ginseng was located in the center of the island. Out of caution, Suzumo descended at the edge of the lone island. However, after he descended on the lone island, the eyeless fishes and scarlet-black squid did not chase after him. The scarlet-black squid was extremely furious and slapped the lake with its hundreds of tentacles, creating massive waves. However, that demon beast did not dare to approach the lone island at all. Yet when Suzumo released his spirit consciousness and scanned the lone island, he did not discover any other life. Strange. Suzumo murmured softly and walked carefully in the direction of the 7-glow Immortal Ginseng. Tianxing followed behind as well. There were many bushes on the island that were as tall as a person. Before long, the two of them disappeared from the line of sight of many cultivators. The island was not big. However, out of caution, Suzumo took 2 hours to reach the 7-glow Immortal Ginseng. The two of them did not encounter any danger the entire time. Suzumo stopped 100 feet away from the 7-glow Immortal Ginseng and did not continue approaching. Through the bushes in front of him, he could see an Immortal Ginseng the size of an infant's arm. It shone with 7 rays of light and had a domineering spirit chi, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. There doesn't seem to be any danger? Tianxing said softly. Something's not right. Suzumo's expression turned grim. Although he did not discover any danger in the vicinity, and his spirit perception did not even warn him, he felt that something was amiss. Suzumo scanned his surroundings a few times but still found nothing. What sort of an environment can nurture a treasure like the 7-glow Immortal Ginseng? Suddenly, Suzumo asked. Tianxing said, This is a legendary immortal herb. I'm not really sure, but the amount of energy required to nurture such an utmost treasure is unimaginable. There's nothing special about this lone island and I can't see anything unique about it either. I wonder how it managed to nurture such an immortal herb. Suzumo pondered for a moment but could not think of a reason. Tianxing said, Why don't I go get it? If I can pluck it, I'll give it to you. Suzumo glanced sideways and his heart skipped a beat. Although Tianxing did not say it explicitly, she merely wanted to return him a favor. I'll go. Suzumo smiled gently. He had some treasures and many trump cards. Even if he encountered any danger, he would have a chance to escape. Taking a deep breath of air, Suzumo pushed aside the bushes in front of him and walked slowly towards the 7-glow Immortal Ginseng. 90 feet. 70 feet. 50 feet. The closer Suzumo was to the 7-glow Immortal Ginseng, the more nervous he became. However, there was no activity around him, and it was frighteningly quiet. In the blink of an eye, Suzumo was only 30 feet away from the 7-glow Immortal Ginseng. There was still no danger. Not daring to be careless, Suzumo maintained his vigilance and continued to approach slowly. 10 feet. As long as he took 2 more steps, the 7-glow Immortal Ginseng would be within reach. Suzumo became excited as well and took a step forward. Right then, a change happened. The surrounding space seemed to tremble. Immediately after, an extremely pure and cold power spread out around the 7-glow Immortal Ginseng. To Suzumo, the void before him was like a blank piece of paper with a drop of pitch-black ink. Thereafter, the ink spread and extended continuously. Suzumo's eyes widened. The darkness extended and devoured everything in its surroundings. The bushes around the 7-glow Immortal Ginseng were swept by the darkness and vanished completely, becoming a part of it. As though they sensed something, the many eyeless fishes as well as the scarlet-black squid burrowed into the depths of the lake and disappeared. Even the lake water could not withstand the pressure. The waves that were surging earlier on calmed down in the blink of an eye. Look! Someone pointed to the lake and exclaimed. The entire lake seemed to have been splashed with thick ink and turned pitch black, emitting a cold aura that was sinister. On the lone island, Suzumo's feet seemed to have fallen into a swamp and he could not move at all. When he saw the darkness surging towards him and his spirit perception warning him, Su Zimo released his extreme speed divine power and condensed the rock wings. Even so, he could not escape. It was as though his body had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and he could not break free no matter how he struggled. His spirit consciousness moved and he wanted to summon the Hell Suppression Tripod. However, his spirit consciousness seemed to have been devoured by the darkness, and lost connection with the Hell Suppression Tripod. He could not release the true Dragon 9 flashes and many other secret skills. Su Zimo could only watch helplessly as the darkness ahead surged over. Su Zimo! Tang Zi's exclamation sounded from behind. Don't come over! Su Zimo roared. Anyone who came forth would be trapped in such a situation. When the darkness swept over, Su Zimo's extended right leg was the first to make contact. Su Zimo lowered his head and his pupils constricted in disbelief. His right foot was the first to disappear after being swept by the darkness. There was no pain. There was no blood. However, Su Zimo knew clearly that his right foot was gone. That was because he could not feel his right foot at all. His flesh and bones were gone, devoured completely by the darkness, and became a part of it. Immediately after was his calf. The darkness devoured at an extremely fast speed, and the next moment, Su Zimo's entire right leg vanished. Chapter 1975, Escape. Chapter 1975, Escape. Although there was no pain, the feeling was way too terrifying and despairing. In the upper world, one had to cultivate to become an earth immortal before they could regrow their limbs and become a heaven immortal. But now, Su Zimo was only a grade 9 black immortal. Furthermore, not a single drop of blood appeared after he was devoured by the darkness. Even if a heaven immortal came, it would be useless. In the darkness, the only light was the immortal Ginseng that emitted a rainbow glow. At that moment, even the immortal Ginseng that was initially filled with exuberant life force looked demonic in Su Zimo's eyes. Could that power of darkness be released by the 7 glow immortal Ginseng? What should I do? Is the Green Lotus true body truly going to die here today? Dai Yu and the human emperor had told him that the upper world was even more dangerous than Tianxing mainland. After he ascended to the upper world, he encountered countless life and death dangers and almost died each time. In more than 1,000 years, he had not even ventured out of a single region of the heavenly world, the 9 Firmament immortal domain, let alone explore the vast trichiliocosm. Countless thoughts flashed through Su Zimo's mind and he felt indignant. Instantly, darkness enveloped him and devoured his figure whole. Suddenly, Su Zimo's left eye turned pitch black and his pupil disappeared. Instead, a gigantic pitch-black vortex appeared with a cold aura. The power released by Su Zimo's left eye was extremely similar to the power of darkness in the surroundings. In fact, it was even purer and more condensed. It was the nether glowstone. Nobody knew the origin of the nether glowstone. There were rumors that the stone came from the upper world. Some people said that the stone came from an illusory major chiliocosm. However, no matter what, the stone did possess the power of extreme darkness, and was even devouring the surrounding darkness. As the power of darkness in his body disappeared, Su Zimo's figure reappeared. Only, the absorption speed of the nether glowstone was extremely slow. However, the darkness of power surged over continuously, and the nether glowstone could not devour and refine all the power of darkness. With that, the corrosion of darkness and the devouring by the nether glow created a temporary balance within Su Zimo's body. Although Su Zimo's figure appeared, it was only a portion of it. To be precise, only a jade-green skeleton was revealed. This skeleton was created by Su Zimo using the creation Green Lotus back in the underground palace of Tianxing mainland. Although the bones were still present, the flesh on them had vanished completely, devoured by the darkness. On the other side, Tang Zi looked at the darkness ahead with a dim gaze. As an assassin, she had to have a cold-blooded heart, and not be restrained by emotions or external objects. The two of them had not known each other for long. Initially, Tianxing thought that Su Zimo was just a slightly special passerby in her life. However, at that moment, when she saw Su Zimo buried in the darkness, she felt a sadness that she had not felt for many years. In that instance, countless images of her interactions with Su Zimo flashed through her mind. To her surprise, she realized that she had spoken to this person more than everything she had spoken in the past few hundred years. As Tianxing thought about it, a layer of mist gradually appeared in her eyes. Right then, a jade-green glow shone on the mist in her eyes. Tianxing looked up instinctively. Ah! Tianxi's expression changed as she exclaimed. The scene before her was way too shocking. 2 different lights shone in the darkness. Right at the front was the 7 rays of light released by the 7 glow Immortal Ginseng. 10 feet away from the 7 glow Immortal Ginseng stood a human-shaped skeleton. It was jade green and emitted a resplendent glow, filled with vitality as it fought against the surrounding darkness. Su Zimo? Tianxing could not help but call out softly. However, the path ahead was shrouded by darkness and even sound would be devoured instantly. He's not dead? Tianxi's expression turned nervous. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have imagined that a cultivator's bones would grow to such an extent. More than that, she could not imagine that although the flesh on the skeleton had vanished, it still emitted a tremendous amount of life force. In the darkness, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that the power of darkness around him was gathering. The absorption speed of the nether glowstone was far inferior to the speed of darkness condensation. If he continued to linger in the darkness, even the nether glowstone would not be able to protect him. Instinctively, Su Zimo moved. Immediately after, he was delighted. That was because the nether glowstone absorbed the power of darkness in his body, and allowed him to regain some freedom. Although his movement was slow within the darkness, at the very least, he was not immobile as before. Su Zimo was prepared to leave the darkness. However, his gaze suddenly landed on the Immortal Ginseng that was emitting a rainbow glow. Since I've already come this far, I might as well take the gamble. A decisive look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he made a decision instantly. His flesh had already been devoured by the darkness, and it would be a huge loss if he retreated just like that. He did not know how long it would take for his flesh to regrow. Furthermore, he was just a skeleton that was neither human nor ghost right now. If anyone saw it, it would be easy to expose the secret of the Green Lotus true body. At that thought, Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he extended his arms slowly and grabbed the 7 glow Immortal Ginseng. He was 10 feet away from the 7 glow Immortal Ginseng and his arm could not reach it at all. Crackle! Suddenly, the bones of Su Zimo's arm expanded by 10 feet, and his jade-green bone palm grabbed the 7 glow Immortal Ginseng instantly. Up! Su Zimo hollered and exerted strength in his arm, pulling the 7 glow Immortal Ginseng out of the ground. There was a large amount of mud on the roots. Pulling out the 7 glow Immortal Ginseng created a huge pit on the ground. Su Zimo grabbed the 7 glow Immortal Ginseng and was about to retreat when his gaze inadvertently swept past the pit and paused. That's... He focused his gaze and looked for a moment. As though he recalled something, he shuddered. The surrounding power of darkness surged and turned even colder and purer. Su Zimo's breathing turned extremely heavy and his bones creaked. He did not dare to hesitate and retreated continuously. After he retreated dozens of feet away, the power of darkness gradually dissipated and surged into the pit. What happened earlier seemed like an illusion. However, Su Zimo had experienced it personally and could deeply understand how terrifying that power of darkness was. The surrounding bushes disappeared completely. A radius of 100 feet turned into a vacuum. If not for the nether glowstone, he would have vanished from this world completely like the bushes. Chapter 1976, Gathering? Chapter 1976, Gathering? How are you? Tianxing's voice sounded from behind and Su Zimo turned around. Tianxing was startled. Right now, Su Zimo was only a human skeleton without any facial features or flesh. He was extremely terrifying. Tianxing was long prepared. Even so, she was shocked by Su Zimo's left eye. It was like a black hole that emitted a cold and dark aura. Embedded in Su Zimo's eye socket, it seemed to be able to suck in one's soul. Tianxing merely took a single glance and felt her consciousness blur. As though he sensed something, Su Zimo lowered his head slightly, and did not continue staring at Tianxing. After a while, the darkness in his left eye gradually dissipated. "Hurry and eat this 7-glow immortal ginseng," Tianxing said hurriedly. "This immortal herb can revive the dead and flesh the bones. The flesh that you lost can definitely be nourished with the help of the 7-glow immortal ginseng." Su Zimo nodded and sat down in a lotus position without hesitation. He placed the 7-glow immortal ginseng into his mouth and bit off half of it. The 7-glow immortal ginseng did not have the bitterness of herbs. Instead, it was sweet. Su Zimo chewed a few times and swallowed it. A warm current flowed down, and an unimaginable amount of essence energy exploded in his stomach and flowed through his entire body. The energy was way too powerful. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly and rays of light spewed out. Tianxing merely absorbed some essence chi from the 7-glow immortal ginseng nearby and felt her injuries heal slightly. Su Zimo's body was burning and every single inch of his bones felt itchy. He was delighted. He knew that the itch was a change that could only happen when flesh was born. Su Zimo lowered his head and saw that a thin blood membrane had already grown on the surface of his jade-green bones. Rich essence energy was still colliding and condensing on it. His flesh was recovering at a visible speed. Just as Su Zimo was about to devour the remaining half of the 7-glow immortal ginseng, he paused and pondered for a moment before sealing the remaining half and putting it away in his storage bag. Actually, the energy of half of the 7-glow immortal ginseng was already extremely terrifying. If not for the fact that Su Zimo was the green lotus true body and a supreme god of the flora race, the energy of the half 7-glow immortal ginseng might have caused him to explode. But now, the green lotus true body was growing rapidly as he absorbed the energy of the 7-glow immortal ginseng continuously. In reality, not long after Su Zimo broke through to grade 9 black immortal, he encountered the spirit mind blood calamity, and was taken away by the Green Cloud County governor. If he wanted to break through to the Earth Essence realm, it would take at least hundreds, or even 1,000 years. Although the Green Lotus true body absorbed heaven and Earth Essence chi at a fast speed, the amount of Essence chi energy required to grow was extremely shocking. If the energy in that half of the 7-glow immortal ginseng was completely absorbed and refined by the Green Lotus true body, it would be equivalent to hundreds of years of effort. If the Green Lotus true body could break through to the Earth Essence realm, Su Zimo's combat strength would increase significantly. This was not only an increase in cultivation realm, but also a transformation of the creation Green Lotus itself. When he underwent tribulation transcendence and ascended, the Green Lotus true body grew to grade 9 and created an unfathomable treasure that could be used for both offense and defense, the 9 heavens living soil. The 9 heavens living soil originated from the creation Green Lotus to begin with. This meant that as the cultivation realm of the Green Lotus true body increased, the power of the 9 heavens living soil would increase as well. If the Green Lotus true body could grow to grade 10, there would be another treasure as well. Su Zimo did not know what exact form it would take either. In his consciousness, the refinement of the hell suppression tripod continued. Su Zimo could clearly see that most of the cracks on the third tripod wall had healed and the pattern etched on it had already formed an embryonic form. One of the 4 sacred beasts, the Black Tortoise. At that time, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra would be even more perfect, and the Black Tortoise sacred soul would leave behind its inheritance. At that time, Su Zimo would undergo a complete transformation and his combat strength would increase significantly. Of course, there was a prerequisite for that. He had to get out of the Emperor's tomb alive. As time passed by, Su Zimo's flesh grew. After half a day, his appearance and features gradually appeared. After a day, his flesh grew continuously and his skin regrew. It looked as fair and tender as a newborn baby with a green glow flowing on it. In Tianxi's eyes, the Green Lotus true body was flawless and crystalline. Sitting in a lotus position, it looked like a jade-green lotus. Tianxing retracted her gaze. Although she could tell that Su Zimo's body was extraordinary, she could not recognize the origin of the green lotus true body given her experience. The cultivators around the lake did not disperse after a day. Instead, more gathered. Cultivators of various factions headed over. In the northwest direction of the lake, dozens of cultivators were gathered. Their leader was not old, but he had an indescribably noble aura. "What's going on over there?" the person asked softly with his hands behind his back and sharp eyes. "Commander Yunting, I heard that a 7-glow immortal ginseng grew on the lone island in the lake," a cultivator at the side said. Yunting was unmoved. "There must be danger lurking around such a treasure," the cultivator said. "Commander, you are right. There are many eyeless fishes and a scarlet-black squid guarding this lake, and many people have already died. However," the person paused for a moment, "I heard that a man and a woman from the great Jin Immortal Kingdom have used some unknown method to break through the obstruction and descended on the lone island." "Oh?" Yunting raised his brow in surprise. The cultivator continued. "The man and woman should have obtained the 7-glow immortal ginseng. However, a day has passed and they haven't come out of the lone island. Could the two of them have eaten the 7-glow immortal ginseng?" another person asked. "Absolutely impossible." Yunting shook his head gently and smiled. "Even my body can't withstand the energy contained in the 7-glow immortal ginseng. If the two of them really dare to consume it, they'll be courting death. Let's go take a look too," Yunting said in a deep voice and headed in the direction of the lake. A gentle breeze blew past, and the badge on his waist fluttered. There were 2 words written on it, Zi Xian. One of the 3 immortal kingdoms of the divine Firmament immortal domain, the Zi Xian immortal kingdom. On the other side, another group of cultivators walked over. Their leader was an old man with a walking stick and a badge on his waist with the words Yen Yang written on it. The Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom. "Elder Ge, do you need me to snatch the 7-glow immortal ginseng later?" a black-robed man behind the old man asked softly. "There are many people gathered here and the situation is unknown. If you really snatch the 7-glow immortal ginseng, you'll easily become a public enemy," Old Man Ge said indifferently. "So what if I become a public enemy?" the black-robed man sneered. "I, Fang Xian, am invincible in the lower worlds and ascended through the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation. I've never met a match in the Black Essence realm. Even if they join forces, I'll be fearless." "Hee hee." Old Man Ge laughed oddly. "There's quite a bit of commotion here and many people have already been attracted. Notwithstanding the fact that the 3 immortal kingdoms are gathered, even people from the 4 immortal sects have appeared. We should keep a low profile." Chapter 1977 And If I Refuse? Chapter 1977 And If I Refuse? Old Man Ge glanced at Fang Xian. "Although you're invincible in the Black Essence realm of the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom, you might not be able to dominate the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Do you know who he is?" Old Man Ge pointed to the young man leading the Zi Xian Immortal Kingdom, and asked slowly. "I don't recognize him." Fang Xian frowned slightly. "Could that person have ascended through the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation as well?" "Hee hee." Old Man Ge smiled. "That child's name is Yunting and he's from the upper world. The surname Yun, he's from the royal family of the Zi Xian Immortal Kingdom?" Fang Xian asked with a frown. Old Man Ge nodded slightly. "Yunting is not only from the royal family, he's also the youngest son of the Zi Xian Immortal King. He's a prince and is dearly loved by the couple." Fang Xian was even more puzzled and asked, "Why would someone of his noble status come to the Emperor's tomb personally?" "I don't know about that." Old Man Ge shook his head. Fang Xian pondered for a moment and smiled. "I think he's just a rookie who doesn't know what's good for him. That must be why he came to the Emperor's tomb." Old Man Ge harumphed coldly. "Don't look down on the fact that this child is only around 200 years old. He was destined to be extraordinary from his birth. This lad was born with a phenomenon. The moment he was born, The sound of a sword buzzing echoed for 3 days, lingering in the ears. At 100 years old, he comprehended a divine power of the Tao of the sword. That is extremely rare in the world. The Zhixian Immortal King and his wife even collected countless treasures to nourish his tendons, bones, flesh, and blood. There's no doubt that the number 1 black immortal in this emperor's tomb is Yunting. You're not his match either. When he heard that, Fang Xian was indignant. No dermic treasure is useful in the emperor's tomb. Even if he knows how to use a sword, he can only fight barehanded here and his combat strength will be greatly reduced. Before we fight, nobody can determine who will be the victor. There's no need to argue. Old Man Ji's expression darkened as he slammed his walking stick heavily. How about you take a clear look at his status? Even if you can truly defeat him, you will have to die 10 times over if you even hurt a single hair of his. Fang Xian lowered his head and clenched his fists without arguing. A day and night passed. Su Zimo opened his eyes slowly and heaved a sigh of relief. The flesh on his body had already returned to normal, and the darkness in his left eye had vanished, as though it had never appeared. In just a day and night of cultivation, he had already reached the peak of the level 9 Black Essence realm, and was only a step away from breaking through to the Earth Essence realm. The energy of half of the 7 Glow Immortal Ginseng was way too great, and there was still a portion left in his body. This was the Emperor's tomb and was not suitable for him to continue cultivating. Su Zimo stopped after recovering his flesh. You're fine now? Although Tang Zi was worried about Su Zimo, there was no expression on her face and her tone had returned to its usual coldness. Su Zimo nodded and turned to look at the mud pit where the 7 Glow Immortal Ginseng was originally, deep in thought. What's wrong? Tang Zi could not help but ask when she saw Su Zimo's strange expression. Su Zimo pointed to the mud pit in the distance and said softly, There seems to be a corpse down there. He still had lingering fear when he recalled the scene of the corpse. That corpse gave him an indescribable fear and pressure. Even when he saw the corpse of King Fengxian back then, the fear and pressure was not as strong. Tang Zi's pupils constricted when she heard that. I got it, Tang Zi said. Be it the lake or this island, there's nothing strange about the surroundings. The reason why the 7 Glow Immortal Ginseng was born was because of that corpse. The corpse provided the nutrients to nourish a supreme treasure like the 7 Glow Immortal Ginseng. Tang Zi said slowly. This corpse was definitely at least a king when he was alive to be able to nourish a 7 Glow Immortal Ginseng. The darkness earlier on should have been emitted by that corpse. Su Zimo said deeply. Since we've already obtained the 7 Glow Immortal Ginseng, let's leave first, Tang Zi said. Su Zimo nodded. He did not want to experience that darkness again. Given his cultivation, it was already extremely fortunate that he could escape alive. Why aren't they out yet? Beside the lake, Li Tian was getting impatient. The shrubs on the lone island were dense, and the cultivators waiting by the lake did not know what was going on either. However, everyone could clearly see that the 7 rays of light that belonged to the 7 Glow Immortal Ginseng had vanished. This meant that someone had already plucked the Immortal Ginseng. Look, they're out! Right then, a man and woman rose from a lone island far away and flew towards the shore. It was Su Zimo and Tang Zi. Odd enough, the bloodthirsty eyeless fishes and scarlet black squid from earlier on did not appear throughout their journey. Even Su Zimo and Tang Zi were puzzled, let alone the cultivators on the shore. How could this be? Tang Zi murmured softly. Su Zimo pondered for a moment, and vaguely guessed an answer. Without the obstruction of demon beasts, the two of them arrived at the shore before long. There were many cultivators around the lake and various factions were gathered, staring at the two of them. The attention of everyone formed an invisible pressure. However, both of them were calm and expressionless. That was Tang Zi's nature. No matter how many people she faced, she was expressionless. Su Zimo was used to storms and naturally, such a scene could not suppress him. Fellow Taoists, it seems like you've already obtained the 7 Glow Immortal Ginseng. Congratulations. Far away, the young man in the lead of the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom cupped his fists and declared. I'm Yunting of the Zxian Immortal Kingdom. I wonder if you guys have any intention of selling this immortal ginseng. You can name any price you want. If you want to let it go, why don't you open it for bidding openly so that everyone will have a chance? Another cultivator said. That's right. That suggestion attracted the agreement of many cultivators. You guys can't beat me. Yunting smiled gently. No matter the price, I can make the decision and at 30%. Instantly, the discussions around them quietened down. Those who entered the emperor's tomb did not have high statuses. Even the fat and skinny old men were only servants of Prince Yuanzhua. The young man before them was an actual prince. Even if their wealth was added together, it would not be as much as this person. Seeing that many cultivators were silent, Yunting was pleased and cupped his fists. Thank you for letting me win. Prince Yunting, I'm afraid we'll have to disappoint you, the skinny old man said slowly. This 7-glow immortal ginseng was obtained by the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and will not be let go. Yunting shrugged his shoulders slightly, seemingly unconcerned. The fat old man looked at Su Zimo and Tianxing and asked softly, Who has the 7-glow immortal ginseng? Hand it over to me for safekeeping first. Why? Su Zimo raised his brows slightly and asked. The skinny old man urged with an impatient expression. Don't ask so many questions. Hurry and hand over the 7-glow immortal ginseng. Prince Yuanzhua said that if we obtain the treasures in the emperor's tomb, we can take them for ourselves. What do you guys mean by that? Su Zimo asked with a fake smile. A killing intent flashed through the skinny old man's eyes. The fat old man took a deep breath and controlled his temper, saying in a low voice, You're now the target of everyone. It's not safe to leave the 7-glow immortal ginseng with you. It's only safe in our hands. Hand it over when you're asked to. Stop with your nonsense. Unable to hold it in, Li Tian glared at Su Zimo and hollered. And if I refuse? Su Zimo asked with an indifferent expression. Chapter 1978 Kill. Chapter 1978 Kill. The expressions of the fat and skinny old men darkened at the same time. The other cultivators were shocked as well. Su Zimo's words were clearly a provocation to the fat and skinny old men. However, the two of them represented Prince Yuanzhua, the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and supreme authority and strength. Ha ha! Yunting clapped and smiled. Interesting. This person is truly bold. On the other side, Old Man Ge of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom gloated. The great Jin Immortal Kingdom is going to fight among themselves. Let's watch the show. What did you just say? The skinny old man glared at Su Zimo with a cold gaze and asked icily. I'm old and my ears are a little bad. I didn't hear you clearly earlier on. Repeat it for me. The fat old man sneered. Su Zimo, don't forget your status. You're just a lowlife. Right in front of everyone, Su Zimo's reaction made both of them feel humiliated and murderous. The other cultivators shook their heads gently and looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a dead man. Only Tianxing lowered her head expressionlessly, as though her mind was elsewhere. Exalted Immortals, please calm down. Leave this person to me. Li Tian could tell the intentions of the fat and skinny old men and stood out immediately, saying in a deep voice, I'll take his life within 10 moves. All right. The fat old man nodded. If you kill this person, I'll definitely report it to His Highness and record it as a merit for you. Li Tian was delighted. The reason why he stood out at this moment was to leave a good impression on the two old men so that they would put in a good word for him in front of Prince Yuanzhua. Li Tian walked towards Su Zimo and shook his neck, letting out a faint sound. With a ferocious gaze he grinned. Although the 7-glow immortal ginseng is a supreme utmost treasure, it's a pity that you won't be alive to keep it. The two of them were getting closer. The surrounding cultivators dispersed. Everyone present had survived the 10 absolute hell and naturally knew that Li Tian's bloodline and physique were extremely strong and ferocious in melee combat. Su Zimo has lost his final chance. If he had made use of that powerful movement technique from before, he might have been able to deal with Li Tian. However, he has no chance of escaping at this distance. In my opinion, it might end within 3 moves. The two of them were less than 10 feet apart, but Su Zimo was still motionless, as though he did not sense any danger. Many cultivators shook their heads. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he looked at Li Tian before him and said indifferently, "This has nothing to do with you. Don't provoke me." "Ha ha!" Li Tian reared his head in wild laughter. Suddenly, the laughter stopped abruptly. At the same time, Li Tian charged forward and arrived before Su Zimo in the blink of an eye, punching the latter's head. Raging flames burned on his fist. The speed of that punch was so fast that it was like a meteor falling with a terrifying might. Su Zimo raised his palm unhurriedly, but it was just enough to block Li Tian's fist. Piak! When that punch struck Su Zimo's palm, all the power vanished like a clay ox entering the sea. Even the flames on Li Tian's fist were mostly extinguished, as though they were suppressed. Li Tian's expression changed slightly. Right then, a ball of pure white flame spewed out from Su Zimo's palm and engulfed Li Tian's fist instantly. Southern Mingli Fire. That was a fire-dermic formulation imparted by the vermilion bird's sacred soul. Ah! Li Tian shrieked. In the blink of an eye, his fist was burned beyond recognition by the Southern Mingli Fire, revealing the white bones beneath. What was even more frightening was that the Southern Mingli Fire did not extinguish even after touching his bloodline. Instead, it extended along his wrist and burned brighter and brighter. Li Tian lost the initiative and was severely injured, retreating hurriedly. Like a shadow, Su Zimo strode forward and released the great Chaos Essence Palm to suppress Li Tian without giving him any chance to catch his breath. Li Tian could not defend against it at all. Poof! Li Tian's body froze and his head was smashed by Su Zimo's palm. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. In less than 10 moves, the number 1 of the hunting ranking, Li Tian, was killed by Su Zimo's palm. Jian Yu and the others were slightly shocked. Even Li Tian did not gain any advantage in melee combat. If it was a one-on-one fight, they might not be Su Zimo's match either. This person sure is capable. Yun Ting rubbed his palms and praised, seemingly moved. Fang Xian, what do you think? On the other side, Old Man gasped. Fang Xian said, Li Tian was careless. Although the flames were powerful, they would have been of no threat if he had dodged them. As for this Su Zimo, he has a reckless personality and is too impulsive. There's nothing to fear. Although it's satisfying to kill, he has to flee everywhere in the Emperor's tomb now. Su Zimo, to think that I would have underestimated you. The skinny old man looked at Li Tian's corpse and said slowly, Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The moment the skinny old man said that, his aura changed and his glabella shone with a tremendous might. Earth Immortal! The crowd exclaimed. No, he's not an Earth Immortal. His cultivation realm is still at the Black Essence realm, but his essence spirit cultivation is already at the Earth Essence realm. The surrounding cultivators recognized it quickly. Yun Ting did not seem surprised at all. There's naturally a reason why the great Jin Immortal Kingdom allowed the two of them to enter the Emperor's tomb as commanders. Su Zimo is still a little reckless. That lad won't be able to defend against the release of an Earth Immortal level Essence Spirit secret skill. Old Man coughed. Su Zimo is already a dead man. The skinny old man released his consciousness and released the might of an Earth Immortal. Sweeping his gaze across Su Zimo and the others, he said slowly, Since His Highness Yuan's will allow the two of us in, we naturally have trump cards that can control your lives. All of you, watch and learn. What happens to Su Zimo will be the outcome of anyone who challenges the might of an immortal kingdom. With that said, the skinny old man channeled his spirit consciousness and was prepared to release an essence spirit secret skill to kill Su Zimo. However, he suddenly realized that Su Zimo had vanished. Earlier on, he was looking at Su Zimo. However, in the blink of an eye, the latter vanished from the spot. You talk too much. Right then, an indifferent voice sounded in his ears. The next moment, the skinny old man felt a sharp pain in his mind and lost consciousness before long. Right from the beginning, he could not release his essence spirit secret skill. Behind him, Su Zimo was standing and had just retracted his finger. There was a hole behind the skinny old man's head that was filled with blood. A single finger pierced the skinny old man's skull and shattered his essence spirit. Even before his death, the skinny old man could not understand why Su Zimo would appear behind him. The other cultivators were shocked. Nobody expected Su Zimo to dare to attack an exalted immortal who served the prince of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. More than that, no one expected Su Zimo to be so decisive and kill the skinny old man with a single strike without hesitation. Chapter 1979 Sword Art. Chapter 1979 Sword Art. The skinny old man was backed by Prince Yuanzhua and the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Nobody could challenge the might of an immortal kingdom. Many cultivators did not even dare to think about it, let alone kill so decisively. How dare you! A cultivator pointed at Su Zimo with a shocked expression. Poof! Right then, another strange sound came from the side. Everyone looked over and could not help but gasp. Not far away, a half-moon fingernail scar appeared on the fat old man's glabella and a scarlet blood scar gradually seeped out. The fat old man's gaze dimmed and his life force deteriorated rapidly. He could no longer survive. It was a symbol of the annihilation of one's essence spirit. Who did it? Many cultivators were shocked and retreated, leaving only the corpses of the fat and skinny old men on the spot. Everyone's attention was on Su Zimo earlier on, and they were certain that he did not attack after killing the skinny old man. Then, who killed this person? That was the scary part. Someone had died in front of everyone without anyone noticing who it was. Su Zimo's expression was calm. Others might not have noticed it, but he could. Among everyone present, Tianxing was the only one who could kill the fat old man without anyone knowing. Tianxing's timing was almost perfect and flawless. At that time, the skinny old man was killed by Su Zimo and caused an uproar. Almost everyone's attention was on Su Zimo. The fat old man had not expected that there would be another person who would dare attack him right beside him. Without any unnecessary movements, it was also a one-hit kill. Even till his death, the fat old man did not see who attacked. Actually, even if he did not die and successfully released his essence spirit secret skill, he would not be a threat to Su Zimo. Su Zimo's essence spirit had long broken through to the earth essence realm and surpassed the two of them. Furthermore, his essence spirit was protected by the creation lotus platform and could not be injured unless one's cultivation realm was much higher. Of course, Tianxing's attack saved him some trouble. Although there were many cultivators present, there were few who truly saw what happened. Not far away, Yunting smiled. That man and woman sure are bold. They probably won't be able to live for long after killing the servants of Prince Yuanzhua. Since Prince Yuanzhua isn't here, he shouldn't know about this, right? A cultivator was puzzled. Yunting said, There's no need for Prince Yuanzhua to attack. These two old men represent the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, and that's the only thing the other sects and factions are wary of. Now that the two of them are dead, the other factions no longer have any reservations. In fact, they could even kill the two of them and snatch the 7-glow immortal Ginseng with the excuse of purging traitors for the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Right then, Fang Xian suddenly declared from the other side. The person who killed the exalted immortal of the Immortal Kingdom was the purple-robed woman among you. Su Zimo frowned slightly and looked at Fang Xian. Fang Xian was fearless, and raised his head slightly with a provocative smile. He even extended his palm and slashed horizontally across his throat, making a beheading gesture. Tianxing glanced at Fang Xian as well but retracted her gaze quickly. Even if she had killing intent or thoughts, she would not reveal them. It was you! Jian Yu and the others retreated and distanced themselves from Tianxing with wary expressions. Since her tracks were exposed, Tianxing no longer hid. Without saying anything, she walked straight to the fat old man's corpse and removed his storage bag to search. At the same time, Su Zimo took the skinny old man's storage bag and searched it. Before long, he found a teleportation talisman in the skinny old man's storage bag. He put away the talisman and looked at Tianxing at the same time. Tianxing happened to look over as well. The two of them exchanged glances with a tacit understanding. Both of them had almost the same thoughts. The reason why they searched the storage bags of the fat and skinny old men was not for any treasures, but for a way to leave the emperor's tomb. The fat and skinny old men had once said that they were the only ones with a way to leave the emperor's tomb. The greatest possibility was a teleportation talisman. Now that both of them had the teleportation talismans, it was equivalent to them taking the initiative. At the very least, they would not be trapped to death in the emperor's tomb. Hand it over! When Jian Yu and the others saw Su Zimo and Tianxing's actions, they pondered for a moment and understood the reason. Everyone went forward and surrounded Su Zimo and Tianxing. "What are you guys doing?" Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and asked indifferently. Jian Yu said coldly, "Leave the 7-glow immortal ginseng and teleportation talisman behind." Su Zimo ignored Jian Yu's threat. "If you want to leave the emperor's tomb, stay by my side. At that time, I'll naturally take you guys away." "Humph! You guys killed an exalted immortal of the immortal kingdom and are bound to die. Yet you want to lead us?" "Su Zimo, the reason why you were able to kill the exalted immortal of the immortal kingdom earlier on was because you caught him off guard. All of us killed our way out of the 10 absolute hell. Do you think we're afraid of you?" The remaining dozens of cultivators surrounded Su Zimo and Tianxing with murderous auras. "Off guard?" Su Zimo smiled and shook his head at the person who spoke. "You're still too naive. If I want to kill you, you won't be able to stop me even if I tell you openly." "How arrogant!" The person was enraged and attacked first. He conjured a lesser divine power each with both hands and released them completely, shouting, "Su Zimo, die!" That person's two lesser divine powers were offensive divine powers, and he did not hold back at all. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he moved and floated towards that person. At the same time, he flicked his finger. Chi! Chi! Sword Chi tore through the air, and 2 white sword Chi arrived instantly, piercing the 2 lesser divine powers condensed in the person's palm. By the time that person was released, there were only 2 balls of heaven and earth essence Chi left without any damage. Far away, Yunting's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 sword Chi. His body trembled as he murmured softly, "The aura of those 2 sword Chi." "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Another cultivator whispered. "Although the killing intent of the 2 sword Chi is strong, they can't compare to your Highness's sword Chi." "Ha ha!" Yunting could not help but rear his head in laughter with a delighted expression. "The heavens are truly on my side. This trip was not wasted." In the eyes of others, Su Zimo's 2 sword Chi merely had a strong killing intent and were extremely powerful. However, Yunting knew that the 2 sword Chi came from the same origin as the sword Chi he cultivated. What he cultivated was one of the 3 famous sword arts of the upper world, the human slaying sword art. The other 2 sword arts were heaven slaying and earth slaying. Among the 3 sword arts, the human slaying sword art was the strongest. At its peak, it could condense supreme divine powers that could overturn the world. The 3 sword arts came from the sword world. It was said that if one comprehended all 3 sword arts and mastered them, they would have a chance to condense a supreme divine power of the sword Tao that was unprecedented and irreplaceable. Chapter 1980 Chaotic Battle. Chapter 1980 Chaotic Battle. 2 heaven-slaying sword Chi burst forth and destroyed the lesser divine powers conjured by the cultivator with ease. "You're far from being able to take my life." Su Zimo's tone was calm and his movement technique was extremely fast. Almost following the sword Chi, he arrived instantly and slapped the cultivator on the head. Bang! The person shuddered and his gaze froze. Although he did not seem injured on the surface, His mind was already shattered by Su Zimo's palm and his essence spirit was destroyed. It was as Su Zimo had said before he attacked, even if he wanted to kill them openly, they could not stop him. Jian Yu and the others fought their way out of the 10 absolute hell, while Su Zimo was completely nameless on the hunting ranking. Therefore, deep in their hearts, everyone did not take Su Zimo seriously. After Su Zimo killed the 3 of them, the other cultivators did not retreat at all. Instead, their courage was triggered and they swarmed forward under Jian Yu's orders. The combined attack of dozens of Grade 9 Black Immortals was quite powerful. All sorts of lesser divine powers, immortal arts and secret skills were formed and essence chi surged. Poof! A thunderbolt flashed in the crowd. One of them had just leaped up when his body stiffened, and a hole as thick as an arm appeared on his chest. It was charred and emitted green smoke. That person's chest was pierced by the power of thunder. Ah! The person let out a tragic cry and fell. Even if his essence spirit was not destroyed, his body was severely injured and his life force was devastated. He would not be able to last long with his remaining essence spirit. Behind him, Tang Zi's figure flashed past. A cultivator wanted to track down Tang Zi but realized that he could not. His spirit consciousness could not lock onto Tang Zi's location at all. Even Su Zimo's Earth Immortal Spirit Consciousness could not lock onto Tang Zi. Back when the 2 of them fought in the cave, the main reason why Su Zimo was able to gain the upper hand and restrain Tang Zi was because of his spirit perception and the true Dragon 9 flashes. TSK. 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 Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as he flicked his finger gently. 100 heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth and splattered everywhere with killing intent. He was already at the level 9 Black Essence realm. With the Green Lotus true body, even at the same cultivation realm, his essence chi was many times purer than other cultivators. Therefore, the killing power of a single sword chi could dispel a divine power or secret skill. If Su Zimo were to release thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi, it would be apocalyptic and not many cultivators around the lake would survive. Far away, Yunting nodded slightly when he saw that. The heaven-slaying sword art is not wasted in his hands. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. Indeed, it's extraordinary, a cultivator behind Yunting said with a smile. No matter how strong that person cultivated the heaven-slaying sword art, he can't compare to your highness's human-slaying sword art. That's for sure. Yunting had a proud expression. Notwithstanding the heaven-slaying sword art, even if this person possesses the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, he won't be able to deal with the edge of my human-slaying sword art. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Leave it to us, another person said in a deep voice. When he's exhausted, we'll head forward and definitely capture him alive to hand over to your highness. There's no need, Yunting said indifferently. I'll snatch the heaven-slaying sword art personally. Your highness, he's just a lowlife. Why are you? Before the person could finish, he was interrupted by Yunting. What status am I of? Yunting glared at the person. If I want the heaven-slaying sword art, I would naturally attack openly. I won't do things as despicable as taking advantage of the situation or bullying with numbers. The other cultivators lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. On the other side, in the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, Fan Xian's battle intent surged and he asked in a deep voice, seemingly unable to hold it in. Exalted Immortal, let me attack. I'll definitely be able to kill this person with a thunderous might and retrieve the 7 glow immortal ginseng. Hold on, there's no need to hurry. Old Man Ge said. This lad has some tricks up his sleeves. These dozens of cultivators are not his match. You'll only have a good chance of winning after he exhausts himself for a while. Fan Xian took a deep breath and continued watching. On the battlefield, Su Zimo released the heaven-slaying sword art and dispelled all sorts of divine powers and secret skills with a single flick. Relying on heavenly feet and boundless golden light, he shuttled through the crowd with ease. Every single punch and kick that seemed simple contained a terrifying burst power. Even without using his bloodline, the Green Lotus true body alone could take on connate black-grade dermic treasures head-on. Cultivators could not use dermic treasures and weapons in the Emperor's tomb. However, Su Zimo was a human-shaped connate black-grade dermic treasure, who could defend against him. Bang! 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 As though he was taking a leisure stroll, Su Zimo charged left and right and no one could stop him. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the dozens of Grade 9 Black Immortals were killed by him. A small half of them died in the chaos and did not even know who killed them. Although this was the first time that Su Zimo and Tianxing had truly joined forces, they had great chemistry. Su Zimo fought against dozens of cultivators head-on. On the other hand, Tianxing relied on her unpredictable movement and concealment techniques to blend into the crowd. She appeared occasionally and rarely attacked. However, every single attack would result in the death of a cultivator. The two of them were not on the hunting ranking. But now, almost all the cultivators on the hunting ranking were killed. The remaining few people finally felt fear and retreated. However, at that moment, the cultivators of the many sects and factions that were initially watching surged over like a tide. Most of them were from small sects and factions. Previously, the fat and skinny old men were from the great Gene Immortal Kingdom and could be considered as exalted immortals. No matter how bold they would not dare to attack and were wary. But now that the fat and skinny old men were dead, Su Zimo and the others were merely black immortals of the lower worlds. Furthermore, they were the murderers of the fat and skinny old men. With that, many cultivators now had an excuse to swarm forward so that they could seize the 7 glow immortal Ginseng in the chaos. Far away, Old Man Ge laughed oddly. With so many people charging forward, it'll be difficult for Su Zimo to escape unscathed even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Fan Xian, prepare yourself. Wait for my orders to attack at any moment. Understood. Fan Xian replied in a deep voice. On the other side, the cultivators of the Xian Immortal Kingdom frowned. Your Highness, Su Zimo is most likely doomed. Yun Ting clasped his hands behind his back in silence. On the battlefield, Su Zimo was fearless against the cultivators charging over from all directions. In fact, there was not even a single ripple in his eyes. Hey, let's retreat first. We can't take them head on. Tang Zi's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. You leave first. Be careful, Su Zimo replied. If the cultivators outside were all top-tier black immortals without any restrictions and were at their peak combat strength, he might be wary of some dermic treasures or trump cards. However, in the Emperor's tomb, Su Zimo was confident that he could sweep through everything with his body, immortal arts and divine powers. Furthermore, the environment of the Emperor's tomb was complicated and every single step was filled with killing intent. If they encountered some unknown living beings in the Emperor's tomb while retreating, they might encounter danger instead. Chapter 1981 Silence in the World. Chapter 1981 Silence in the World. Hand over the immortal Ginseng. An utmost treasure like that is not something you can keep for yourself. Some cultivators shouted without concealing their motives. Many cultivators swarmed over with an aggressive aura. Even if they could not use any dermic treasures or weapons, the descent of many divine powers and secret skills at the same time was earth-shaking and terrifying. Ah! A sharp howl suddenly sounded in the crowd. It was extremely ear-piercing and seemed like it could tear through the eardrums of many cultivators. It was the immortal whale sound. Tianxing did not leave. The cultivators around Tianxing felt their bodies tremble and their ears hurt as arrows of blood spewed out. Even cultivators who were slightly further away were shocked. The divine powers and secret skills they had just conjured became unstable and swayed slightly. Legend has it that the bloodline of the taboo Kunpeng flowed through the immortal whale's body and it was massive. Once it released its whale sound, it would produce an extremely terrifying lethality. Tianxing stood in midair and howled into the skies. It was as though a gigantic immortal whale had appeared above her head and was swimming in the tides, slapping the surface of the water and creating massive waves with a series of whale sounds. The immortal whale sound seemed to have materialized and spread in all directions with Tianxing as the center. Roar! Right then, another strange roar sounded not far away with a mighty might, as though a myriad of elephants were trumpeting at the same time. Yunting glanced sideways. Far away, a black-robed man from the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom leaped up. His black hair danced as he roared in Tianxi's direction. It was Fang Xian. Beneath Fang Xian's feet, a myriad of gigantic elephants appeared vaguely. Swinging their trunks, they stabbed their gigantic tusks into the air and roared into the skies. The immortal whale was the overlord of the sea. However, the divine elephant was a god of the land. The immortal whale sound and the myriad elephant roar, two sound domain secret skills, collided fiercely in midair. Either side was willing to back down. It was hard to tell who was stronger between the two sound domain secret skills. However, because of Fang Xian's attack, the cultivators who were initially surrounding Su Zimo were invigorated and freed from the pain of the immortal whale's sound. Interesting. Initially, Yunting was watching from afar and had no intention of attacking. However, at that moment, the collision of the two sound domain secret skills caused his bloodline to stir, and could not calm down. To think that I would encounter some decent opponents in the Black Essence realm. Yunting burst into laughter and conjured his sword finger, slashing down in the direction of the battlefield. He shouted 3 times in succession. Break! 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 Yunting's voice was much weaker compared to the sound of the immortal whale's sound and myriad elephant roar. However, his 3 shouts condensed 3 swords in midair that were sharp and murderous. Sword condensation using sound. His talent in the Tao of the sword was truly shocking and unimaginable. Even Fang Xian had a grim expression and retracted the contempt in his eyes. Initially, he did not take Yunting seriously. However, it was only now that he realized that this was an extremely powerful opponent. The 3 sound swords tore through the air and descended from the skies without fear of the clash between the immortal whale's sound and myriad elephant roar. Shing! It was as though a cloth had been torn by a sharp weapon. The immortal whale sound and myriad elephant roar were split cleanly into 2 by Yunting's 3 sound swords. A ferocious glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Initially, he had no intention of using the Dragon Roar secret skill. That was one of his trump cards. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. However, at that moment, the 3 sound domain secret skills descended at the same time and collided in his ears, causing the green lotus bloodline in his body to boil fervently. If he continued, his green lotus bloodline would be exposed. Furthermore, in the depths of Su Zimo's heart, there was a hint of pride as well. He wanted to fight against all the paragons in the world. All of you, get lost! Su Zimo said slowly. At the last word, he released the dermic formulation of the Dragon Roar secret skill. Instantly, the world shook. A divine dragon shimmering with green scales appeared beside Su Zimo. Its horns were towering and its might was terrifying as it coiled upwards and roared into the skies. The divine dragon was lifelike. When it roared, its whiskers danced and the scales on its body exploded slightly, causing its entire body to expand. The dragon roar was way too terrifying, as though it contained a supreme will. The immortal whale in midair suddenly leaped into the sea and vanished. Under Su Zimo's control, the Dragon Roar secret skill had the least impact on Tianxing. As for the myriad of gigantic elephants beneath Fang Xian's feet, they shattered and dissipated into the world under the shock of the dragon roar. Fang Xian's body swayed slightly but stabilized quickly. The 3 sound swords lasted for a little longer but shattered into nothingness as well. The Dragon Roar secret skill was fused with many secret skills, including Thunderclap Kill, the sound of the Dragon Phoenix, and the roar of the Azure Dragon. Each of those sound domain secret skills individually was enough to sweep through any one of the same cultivation realm. One could naturally imagine how terrifying the combined power of those secret skills was. When the Dragon Roar secret skill was released, the entire world went silent. Dragon Roar technique? Yunting did not move at all. He narrowed his eyes and murmured. But soon Yunting shook his head again. Something's not right. This sound domain secret skill seems to be fused with other dermic formulations. There's also the power of thunder. Be it Fang Xian or Yunting, they were far away to begin with. Coupled with their powerful blood qi and physique, Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill had almost no effect on them. However, on the battlefield, many cultivators who attacked Su Zimo suffered. First, they endured the baptism of the immortal whale sound. Immediately after, they endured the impact of the myriad elephant roar. Thereafter, it was Yunting's 3 sound swords. Most of the cultivators on the battlefield could no longer hold out against the descent of the 3 sound domain secret skills. The Dragon Roar secret skill was even more terrifying. The moment it was released, the cultivators closest to Su Zimo exploded and died on the spot. The bodies and bloodlines of those cultivators were severely injured by the 3 sound domain secret skills. If they retreated in time, they might be able to recover. However, the Dragon Roar secret skill destroyed them like a violent storm. Some cultivators further away fell from midair as well. Some of them fell limply to the ground with bloodied faces in a menacing manner, almost destroyed by the power of the Dragon Roar secret skill. Before the divine powers and secret skills in midair descended, they were destroyed by the 4 sound domain secret skills. Those who could enter the Emperor's tomb were carefully selected top experts of the Black Essence realm. However, when they truly fought, many cultivators realized that even though they were all grade 9 Black Immortals, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Fang Xian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he strode towards Su Zimo. 4 cultivators, 3 men and a woman, surrounded Su Zimo from 4 directions as well. There were not many cultivators with combat strength after the 4 sound domain secret skills. It was clear how strong the 3 men and 1 woman were. Be careful, those are people from the 4 immortal sects. Tang Zi's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Chapter 1982 Informant, Die. Chapter 1982 Informant, Die. Su Zimo did not know much about the 4 immortal sects, and merely heard about them for the first time in the Battle of the Dragon Abyss Star. In the heavenly world, sects were divided into 3 grades: Black, Earth, and Heaven. Under normal circumstances, those who ascended from the lower worlds did not even have the chance to enter Black grade sections. As for the 4 immortal sects, they were Heaven grade sects of divine Firmament mainland, and one could imagine their strength. Among the 3 men, one of them was bald with a fat head and ears like a monk. Another had dark skin, a tall figure and short hair, resembling a walking iron tower. The third was a middle-aged man with a Dao crown on his head. His sleeves fluttered and he was dark and calm. The woman wore a blue dress and her lips were scarlet with a hint of purple. She looked a little terrifying. The fact that the 4 of them could withstand the impact of the 4 sound domain secret skills was proof of their strength. Although Su Zimo was confident that he could overwhelm opponents of the same level, he did not dare to be careless. With a long howl, his aura intensified. On the other side, a flustered figure was staggering towards Yunting. It was Jianyu who had escaped death. The sound domain secret skills of Tang Zi, Fang Xian and Yunting were already the limit of what he could endure. When Su Zimo released his Dragon Roar secret skill, the bloodline within his body reversed. His organs vibrated, and he almost died on the spot. "Your Highness, save me!" Although Jianyu did not know Yunting, he recognized the badge on Yunting's body. That was an item that only the descendants of the royal family of the Zixian Immortal Kingdom were qualified to wear. Jianyu shouted for help before he even reached Yunting. Yunting glanced at Jianyu indifferently. "He ignored you guys completely. If you guys had not provoked him, you would not have gotten yourselves killed. Your Highness, please show mercy. He is ruthless without any reservations and even dared to kill the exalted immortals who served Prince Yuanzhua. What else can he not do?" With an indignant expression, Jianyu said hatefully, "When I return to the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, I'll definitely report this matter to Prince Yuanzhua." Yunting sneered and attacked without warning. Even if Jianyu was in his peak condition, he would not be able to defend against Yunting's attack, let alone the fact that he was severely injured. Your Highness, you. Jianyu was lifted by the back of his neck by Yunting and hovered in midair like a chicken that was caught. He had a panicked expression and could not struggle at all. Yunting said indifferently, I hate informers the most in my life. You're not worthy of using a sword. The moment he said that, Yunting closed 2 fingers and slashed down. A bloodied head was severed by Yunting's fingers. His sword finger was even sharper than a true sword. On the other side, the people of the 4 immortal sects had already begun fighting Su Zimo. The bald monk was the first to arrive and roared in laughter. Patron, I'm here to purify you into the afterlife. He raised his arms and they shone as though they were covered by a thick layer of gold foil, smashing towards Su Zimo. His arms were like 2 thick and tough rods with immense strength and incomparable ferocity. Immediately after, the Iron Tower man approached as well. His body was upright and he was half a body taller than Su Zimo. Ha! The Iron Tower man's shout sounded like thunder in one's ears. He extended his arm and clenched it into a fist, punching down at Su Zimo's head. The Iron Tower man clenched his fist like a black hammer that was defined and filled with a metallic luster. Be it the bald monk or the Iron Tower man, they were both body-tempered experts and their physiques were shockingly strong. On the other side, the middle-aged Taoist waved his wide sleeves and shouted softly, Freeze! The Lesser Divine Power, Body Immobilization Technique. The body immobilization technique was one of the most common Lesser Divine Powers. At its limits, it could transform into a Supreme Divine Power, Spatial Stop. Although the body immobilization technique was common, everyone's essence spirit was different in terms of purity, cultivation realm and strength. The effects produced were completely different. Su Zimo's essence spirit had long reached the earth essence realm, and was a major cultivation realm above his peers. Therefore, the body immobilization technique had no effect on him when used by others. That was the case even if the middle-aged Taoist was from one of the 4 immortal sections. However, the middle-aged Taoist still had a trump card. The moment he released the body immobilization technique, his 2 wide sleeves arrived instantly and wrapped around Su Zimo a few times. The body immobilization technique was only the first move and the killing move was later on. Although the blue-dressed woman was the slowest to attack, the fingernails on her fingers were purple and gave off a foul stench. Poison! The blue-dressed woman extended her sharp fingernails and grabbed towards Su Zimo like 10 poisonous swords. The experts of the 4 immortal sects released terrifying attacks at almost the same time. Although the 4 of them did not know each other, and this was their first time joining forces, their coordination was perfect. This was the sort of chemistry between top-tier experts. When he saw that, Yunting nodded slightly and said softly, Although the 4 of them are only servants of the 4 immortal sects, their methods are indeed not weak. I'm probably the only one who can defend against an attack as such. On the battlefield. Tianxing's heart skipped a beat when she saw that. Given her eyesight, she could naturally tell how terrifying the combined forces of the experts of the 4 immortal sects were. At the very least, if she was in Su Zimo's position, it would be difficult for her to escape unscathed. In a flash, Tianxing retracted her figure and sneaked towards the middle-aged Taoist. As long as she could kill one of them, it would be much easier to deal with the remaining 3. Hee, where are you going? Right then, a sneer sounded from the side. Immediately after, Tianxing felt a strong gust of wind that even hurt her ears. What was even more frightening was that this person's attack sealed all of Tianxing's escape routes. Expert! Tianxing did not dare to be careless and hurriedly stopped to avoid the other party's killing move and focused her gaze. A black-robed man blocked her path. It was Fang Xian of the Yan-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Tianxing frowned slightly. If the 2 of them were to fight head-on, it would be difficult to determine the victor within a short period of time. That single delay caused Su Zimo on the other side of the battlefield to fall into the torrential attacks of the 4 experts. With a burning gaze, Su Zimo took a deep breath and his chest puffed up. It was as though he had transformed into an anaconda that wanted to devour the sun and moon. This was a secret skill from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Xing! Instantly, Su Zimo's sleeves were ripped apart, turning into countless pieces of cloth that fell to the ground. The middle-aged Taoist was stunned. His move had killed countless paragons. To think that it would be dispelled so easily today. Get lost! A tremendous amount of essence chi accumulated in Su Zimo's chest suddenly burst forth as he exhaled. Su Zimo released the great chaos essence palm with his left hand and crushed towards the bald monk's arms like a gigantic millstone. At the same time, he swiped his right hand across his chest and clenched it into a fist. His flesh expanded, and he conjured a gigantic seal that smashed towards the Iron Tower man's iron fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the bald monk's expression changed starkly as he retreated. The gold foil on his arms was already shattered by the great chaos essence palm. Bang! Fists collided, flesh met and bones ground. Before long, a flush appeared on the Iron Tower man's face. Ah! The Iron Tower man growled deeply with a pained expression and staggered 3 steps back. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.